is up, y'all, misfits and everyone out there on the interwebs? This is our Theist Helpline, October 8th, but the topics, or should I say the arguments on why a god would exist, are yet to come, because I'm about to head into Discord. I'm running characteristically late, and so I'm sending love out to everyone out there. It is on Amy time. However, I want to be on time over there as we get to Discord, so sending love. Don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, all of the fun stuff that we all hear basically in our bed as we're going to sleep. Like, follow, subscribe, like, follow, subscribe, like, follow. But yes, it does help the channel, and it's sending so much love to everyone out there in live chat, like Fenton and davegar, and it allows you to join our live chats or see our premieres, hitting that access bell. And finally, I'll just do the quick many ways to support the channel. You can send in super chats. You can send in super thanks afterwards. You can join channel membership with our evolving badge system that triggers creationists. Or you can join us at Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including lovely supporters like Chris Disciple, and davegar, and Dale Pastel, and Rachel Holen, and Ian Davenport, and Regos. Woo! Thank you all so very much. And okay, enough shillin', though it does support us and keep the lights on, so we thank you. But we're going to head over there and see if I can get into the old disaccords. And keep on saying hi. I'll say hi to you. Tell me if the sound is working, because a lot of times that's a thing. The kitty is saying hello.
It's been my experience. Where's Taco today? Do you happen to know?
Nope. See Amy, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great. So, Amy, great. Yeah. So, well, three of us are here. That'll be a great start. I think I'm going to be more aggressive this time on kicking people off when they start getting rude, because we're getting a few comments from people in our audience over the last few episodes that they don't like it when we let audience members go on a bit too much. I'm trying to get in touch with Taco to talk with him about this. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do this. It's just, yeah, because I don't like it either. Oh, good morning, Taco.
Right now.
Hey, where have you been? It's been hard to get a hold of you, buddy. Hi, Amy.
Yeah, I was getting it set up.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, you did great, man.
I don't know. I set it up every time.
Oh, yeah, I put a note in the chat that it's great what you got set up already. I was able to get things going. So, yeah, we'll get the stream started in a couple minutes here. Just, Taco, I think I got some feedback from a few audience members over since the last two episodes that are saying that they think we shouldn't be letting guests be so rude to the hosts. So I think it might be good to be a little more aggressive on just getting them out when they're being rude like that.
Yeah, I haven't really been here for those, and I won't really today either, right? Like I'm taking my kid to event, like got stuff going on, man.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. It's
you guys doing the moderating, right? And so maybe when you're moderating, be more strict about it.
I will. I just wanted to talk about it beforehand, so because this is your program. So okay,
you guys do whatever you want. This is everybody.
Can I get mod power so I can kick people? Because I can take care of that. I'm happy to kick people.
Mod powers. I just like it whenever a mod
people have mod powers.
Oh, that was T-Jump asking for moderator powers.
You cool with that, Randolph?
Sure, T-Jump. You're just one thing. You're a little quick on the kick out button, so maybe just be a little easier going on it. That's all I ask.
Right.
All right, I'm setting that up right now. That's just for this channel. And you have the other one too.
I learned in a philosophy text, with great power comes great responsibility. I think it was a philosophy text.
Oh, Spider-Man, but
I mean, same thing if you think about it.
That's a religious holy text. What are you talking about? Equivalent to the Bible.
I mean, there was in New York. There was in Egypt. Both confirmed.
all right. You're a stage moderator on this one now.
Cool. Atros has his hand up.
Just a second. I'm going to start the show. Give me a moment.
All right, you guys are all good now?
Yeah, I just need a moment. I don't know why it's not starting.
Cool. Well, I'm busy. You guys have a good one. Keep doing what you do.
Thank you, Taco. Send love.
Oh, it did start. There's just a delay. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Theist Helpline. Your friendly hosts, friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are in alphabetical order. Amy Newman, who's known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J-Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. Mubarak Abu Sharifa is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter de Tucker's YouTube show. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands, inspired by Aron Ra, Seth Andrews, Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada. I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco is the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline. He is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. T-Jump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing, but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. All the links, including to T-Jump's atheist church, Church of the Best Possible World, is available on the Theist Helpline website. If you go to www.theisthelpline.com and then click on the About Us section, and you'll see information about each of us there. A special thank you goes to our sponsors. There is the Politics Discord at www.politics.gg. www.discord.gg/politics, and also Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. You can also find these in the sponsors section under the Theist Helpline. Also, if you are a theist in need of help that we don't unfortunately get time to get to you on this show, you can also find resources under the resources section of the theisthelpline.com website. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. Welcome, IX and Amy and T-Jump. How are all of you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Potato.
Doing great.
Well, you can probably hear my voice. I'm just getting over not doing too well. I was just on a cruise last week with my wife, and we took an excursion out to Seattle, and I think that's where I got it. And so I was sick only on the last day of the cruise, fortunately, but last day and a half. But it's fortunately, the good news for me is that it's not COVID-19.
Mm-hmm. Get any sicker, and you will have a nasal. You'll sound like me.
Hey, you're such a good sport about all this stuff, Amy.
Sending love.
So, how's your channel doing, Amy? I know you've been busy running streams quite consistently, and your audience is growing, right?
Yes, sir. It's been pretty fun. We did a Tower of Babel the last episode because that story is just so silly. You know, the fact that God kind of has small d energy, and it's like, hey, you can't build a tower to heaven, and just knocks it over, and then all of the languages get confused. It makes so much sense, too much sense. It has to be true.
I really like that your audience has a really healthy mixture of theists and atheists, and a lot of different topics get discussed in there. I think, T-Jump, you probably have a similar experience with your audience demographics too, don't you?
What was the question?
Just I was commenting on Amy has a really healthy mixture of theists and atheists in her YouTube audience, and I'm wondering if you probably have a similar kind of mixture, don't you?
I used to, back when I was doing like consistently new debates with professors and stuff, but I haven't had any time to set up new conversations. So I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's mostly atheists now.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, well, I hope you get more of those interviews because those are interesting. I really enjoyed those.
As long as they're
By the way,
skeptics.
Amy, when you guys were talking about Babel, did you get into any of the archaeology that people like Nephilim Free like to claim is like the evidence of the actual Tower of Babel story? The people who really believe in it take it literally.
It was more someone, the opposition viewpoint was just giving their commentary on why they're, by his word, were reprobates. But I don't think he actually gave much of a defense of, it was just assuming it was.
I see.
Oh, there's a
That's
Christian in my chat.
fascinating.
It's Chris. He says, Jesus Christ is God. Believe in him. I'm guessing he's a Christian viewer.
Maybe he can come onto Discord and talk to us. But yeah, that counts. Yeah, so I was just watching a really great video on like Jericho, the oldest settlement in the world, or the oldest city in the world, goes through the history of Jericho, but it also goes through all the other archaeological contemporaries that are as or close to as old as Jericho. And one of the ones I had not heard about is called Tel Caramel. Sounds like it sounds like a Starbucks drink, right? I'd like the Tel Caramel. No, it's the Venti Caramel. Whatever, right? Anyway, it's a place in
I get that at Starbucks.
northern Syria that goes back to 10,900, and between then and 8,850, and there are 5 towers built in a series, like round stone towers. As far as I know, it's the oldest set of towers, which is pretty interesting.
That is
So
cool.
way older even than the ones that Christians thought were Babel. There were already 5 towers, let alone 1.
Yeah,
The Twin
so
Towers
take
were the
that,
oldest ones.
Christians.
Okay, so We have a guest. Thank you for joining us. One true holy apostolic
I just see a picture of a beaver.
Apostle Catholic Church. Am I saying your name wrong?
I just see a picture of a beaver on where his name is supposed to be.
Yeah, it's one long line of all lowercase text, so I did my best to read it. We can't hear you. If you need to unmute your microphone at the physical level, maybe that's what is the hardware level. Maybe you need to do that.
Yeah, the spiritual level doesn't seem to emit much voice.
Does the spiritual level ever emit sounds?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Only if you can speak in tongues.
The Pentecostals, they got it right, of all of them.
Yeah.
I wonder if Google Translate can help with tongues.
I'm very good at basically making up nonsense, but that's just an easy one for the theists out there. But they're just basically using sentence structure, like uba, hana, oba, da, eh.
It's jazz. It's just jazz music. That's all it is.
Exactly. It's just jazz.
There's a lot of good
Any
music.
arguments for God, evidence for God, something.
Hey, I noticed that you posted Bible scholarship study for the week topic is Richard C. Miller. What are the highlights? Pardon?
Of Miller? So yeah, Richard Miller's most famous book is called Resurrection and Reception, Early Christianity. And he was talking about the preponderance of evidence, which was known at the time and was cited by Christians in their defense of their own not being persecuted, to say that the Jesus story was not unusual, that it was a common story, that it was similar to all of the Roman and Hellenistic and other cultural stories around them of what's called a resurrection fable, or a translation fable, I'm sorry. In other words, whenever someone famous and holy dies and then appears to have no body, either the body disappears or their body leaves no bones when it's burned, or the empty tomb, or they rise from the dead in front of eyewitnesses in a dramatic fashion. Any of those stories was a familiar type of story called a translation fable, which means that you ascended to live with the gods, that either they adopted you as a worthy divine hero, or that you were somehow descended from the gods and just rejoined your family upon leaving the mortal world that you were, visiting as a part human, part god. This was a normal thing, and the Christians said, "Hey, look, we're not weird. Don't persecute us because this is a normal thing." And I read the quote to people from the very first chapter of Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity. The first quote in the book is just literally a speech by Justin, the first apologist of Christianity, saying, "Hey, we're just like you. Don't kill us. We're normal. We have the same beliefs you do." And he listed off like 30 or 40 Roman and Hellenistic examples of similar beliefs to the Jesus resurrection story.
See, we're just like you.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that this idea of emulating gods, Christianity capitalized on it in very early times. I'm hoping you'll correct me if I'm wrong on this. I'm sure you will, and I welcome it. That like eating the cracker and drinking the wine are kind of like symbolism, obviously, of eating Christ and drinking his blood. And
totally normal.
And then by people doing that, they're kind of taking some older cannibalistic ideas that some tribes had of they're gaining some of the abilities or capabilities of whoever they ate or drank from. Do you know much about this aspect, IX?
A little bit. I was just watching some stuff by Keegan. So Keegan is a Proto-Indo-European scholar, and you can find his YouTube channel. And so he's studying stuff that came before written history, the stuff that even the Sumerians got their stuff from. Because it turns out that there's dozens and dozens of cultures that are all migration groups that originated from the same area around the Black Sea region in the Baltic area. And that if you look at all their beliefs, you look at all their language, you look at all their genetics, you look at all their material culture, you can see the material development from the source. So they have similar beliefs, they have similar words. And so that's why we have all these languages all over Eurasia with the word pater, father. That's why we have words like our oldest religious stories can be reconstructed. And one of those stories is the nectar of the gods, the ambrosia of the gods, the wisdom-giving drink, etc., which is in Norse very, very straightforwardly, there was this magic that gave all wisdom, and the gods
If you
had it,
believe
and
in magic.
Odin wanted it, so he devised a plan to steal it. But when he was running away with it all in his mouth, he got smacked, and he dropped some of it on the ground. Everywhere that it touched the ground, that's where the magic plants grow that humans can imbibe, that will give them the wisdom. And so this became many different versions in many different cultures, but all of these Zoroastrians have a story that there's a special drink that you drink that's a holy sacred drink that gives you knowledge of God or the gods. And it goes all the way back.
Typical guy not cleaning up after himself, it sounds like a little bit there too.
Yeah.
Got a guy in the audience with his hand up.
And just a quick claim on what you were saying, Ix. At least a little bit further back, there is no good evidence that Jesus ever was put into an empty tomb. And so if any Christian wants to talk about that, I'd be highly fascinated. There's a claim going around that Bert Ehrman supports the claim that he was, but he actually thinks that it was probably a mass grave.
Thank you, IX, for all that. It was very interesting. Apollo the Legend, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, well, just one thing I want to say. Well, good thing I'm not a Christian to answer that, but hello, T-Jump. How are you doing, bro?
All right.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, too. I was just going to ask you a question, which is, if someone was to be like a moral realist and they were to define a morality to be a rock, do you think that qualifies them to be a moral realist?
Only if they have some kind of evidence that in reality what morality is corresponds to the rock.
But at the same time, they're just going to define a rock or morality to be any action. Like a moral action is just any action which does not involve tripping over a rock, for example.
Definitions don't matter. Only idiots care about definitions. What matters is what reality says. So if your rock is a platonic object and that platonic object is the moral object, then yes, you can be a moral realist. If you think it's like a platonic rock, sure. But what matters,
I think you made an interesting claim.
Lord of the Rings.
I think you made a very interesting claim, Tom Jump, when you said that definitions don't matter. But like when you debate people, obviously you want to like basically give them an idea of what you're talking about, which is why I say, under my view, morality is an imposition of will. Do you think that's irrelevant to tell them, or do you think it's irrelevant to detail?
T-Jump, just give me a sec. Apollo, I noticed that you were just, T-Jump hadn't quite finished what he was saying and you cut him off. What we like to do on this show is just give people a chance to finish what they're saying. And we're glad to go back and forth. So please keep that in mind.
Yeah, my deepest apologies for that, sir.
Yeah, no problem. I figured it was maybe a microphone issue. Thank you. Go ahead, T-Jump.
Yeah.
What? I don't think I had anything else to say.
Okay, cool. I guess he was mistaken or something, but like I was just basically saying that he said that definitions are like an irrelevant detail really in moral discourses. But then when I hear you participate
No. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. So epistemology, like when we're trying to communicate, definitions matter. To ontology, definitions don't matter. You don't get to make up definitions about ontology. Ontology is reality. Reality gets to tell you what the definitions are. So you personally making up a definition of what you mean, reality doesn't care what you think. You are nobody. You are nothing. Your personal definitions don't matter to reality.
Okay, so obviously the personal definitions aren't going to matter to reality itself, because reality is going to be something which is mind. Like I guess if you're like an external world realist, you're going to say that there's a mind-independent world out there, and obviously definitions are intentional, or they're going to be something which is mental. So something which is mental is going to be something which is related to it. Yeah. So yeah, of course I agree with that specific part, but then there's going to be something else. I think like you're stepping into a different territory, right? What I'm really talking about here is like before determining whether some object X or some variable X is mind independent or mind dependent, you have to agree that we have to understand what this thing actually is. Like, how do I know that morality is objective without even knowing what you mean by morality? I need to know what you mean by morality, then I make an extrapolation on its ontology. You'd agree with this, right?
That's why we start with phenomenon. When we're talking about something and questioning whether or not it's objective or subjective, we start with the phenomenon to which we are referring to. When talking about morality, we're talking about the moral intuitions, moral progress, moral flaw, moral dilemmas. These things are what we're talking about when we're talking about morality. And the question is what is the cause of these things, and is the substance of these things subjective or objective?
Well, obviously, the moral intuitions are subjective, right? All of these things you're talking about are subjective phenomena. But what Moore really tries to do, which I have no issue with, is when they say all of these subjective phenomena, these exponendum, as people would like to say, are things which are explained by some objective feature of the world, which is going to be morality as a concept.
Clearly, so there's a phenomenon. We want to know if the phenomenon is subjective mental states or caused by some objective phenomenon. Yes, that is the point. So the phenomenon.
Not quite true.
No, that's.
We're not
that's
trying to figure out whether
correct.
the phenomenon is subjective. We're trying to figure out what is the best explanation for this phenomenon, and that would be something which is
You're not
objective.
understanding. Is the phenomenon caused by something subjective or caused by something objective? Shorthand, say it's subjective or objective. Very easy English, not too hard to understand. So
That's not
if
true.
the cause is like, no, that is true. If you disagree, you're just a dumbass. So if the cause of our intuitions is like a platonic object, independent of a mind, then morality is objective. If the cause is purely like evolution or something, then it's subjective. But we don't care about that, because your question was, how do we determine what we're talking about in the conversation? And if what we're talking about when using the word morality as the moral phenomenon, which is moral intuitions, moral progress, and whatever else we refer to in referring to moral phenomenon, that is sufficient. Your question has been answered. There is no further definition added. There is no further meaning added. Morality refers to the things which we refer to as moral phenomenon, moral intuition, moral progress, whatever's causing them. Conversation.
I was low-key cracking when you were talking about me being a dumbass a while ago, when my point was pretty accurate. In fact, I was basically saying to you that it could be like when we're talking about morality, like more realism versus anti-realism, we're comparing the exponents, right? And more realism can be the best exponents for the phenomenon without it actually causing the phenomenon. That's perfectly possible.
What? No, that would not be the case. That would be dumb. Like, moralism can't be true, and it also be the case that it's not the truth maker of what makes moral statements true or false. That's literally stupid. Irrelevant to what your original question was. Your original question was definitions. I answered your question about definitions. The definition of what we're talking about in morality is moral phenomenon, which is moral intuition, moral progress, and dilemmas, or whatever else you want to add in that category. So that's the definition of morality, the phenomenon to which we refer to when using the word morality.
Wait, quick question. Why do you think the theory, sorry, that's my little sister. Why do you think the theory has to be a truth maker for the phenomenon?
Relevant to your original question. Do you admit that your original question has been answered fully?
I don't admit to that. I think it was answered improperly and wrongly and poorly. I was unimpressed.
But you're an idiot, but you would have to actually like explain how, because I'm sure everybody else thinks that was a purely coherent answer. So did you have like an explanation of why you think that was an insufficient answer?
Oh, yeah, hold on. Give me a sec.
Do you have anybody else in the audience who has like arguments?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm going outside for a second, but like I was saying, the reason why there's an insufficient answer is because, for one, I think your response actually assumes in the background that the theory ought to be something which causes the exponential
Absolutely irrelevant to
phenomenon. It's not
anything I
true.
said. Absolutely irrelevant to anything I said. Don't care.
Of course it is.
No, it's
Of
not.
course
It's
it's
literally
relevant.
irrelevant. No, absolutely irrelevant. The question is how
You
do
don't
we
think my reasons as to why
define
it's relevant?
morality? Okay, I'll answer it again. It's because when we're talking about the definition of how we define morality, whether or not there's some kind of ontological cause is irrelevant. We don't care. What we're talking about is a phenomenon. What is the thing we use the word to refer to in reality? When we're talking about morality, we're saying moral intuitions, like I feel that is wrong or that is right. And the secondary question is whether or not those feelings correspond to something objective or subjective, but that doesn't matter, because when we're talking about morality, we're talking about those phenomenon. And you can say, if
yeah, but it seems to me mixed up on one thing, which is when you made the claim that we're trying to investigate whether these phenomena are being caused by something objective.
That's a
That's not
secondary
what we're
question
talking about
irrelevant to
when
the
it comes to
definition.
penance
Secondary question
relationship.
irrelevant to the if you can't follow the conversation, we're just going to kick you to the stage. So
Oh, I'm following this better than you, Tantrum. Don't worry about that.
no, you're not. Goodbye. Next.
Yeah, next person here is Bob Celeste. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Good. You guys are anti-realists. Are you guys more realists in this call? Some of you.
I am. Yes.
So atheism doesn't take a position on morality, and so you're going to find different moral positions from different atheists, and you'll find a plethora in this room. But if you're looking for a moral realist, Tom Jump definitely is on.
All right. Well, what makes an act good or bad?
It corresponds to the substance of morality in the universe.
I was watching a conversation you were having, like I think a year or some change ago, came into my algorithm because you're so popular. You said something like, "What is good is gonna be what is like in the best possible world," or something. Do you still own that view, or have you moved from that?
Sort of. The best possible world is like the highest instantiation of morality. What is the good would be like the moral field. So morality is a field in physics, in my view, essentially, and good is what corresponds to that field. And then the maximization of good would be the best of all possible worlds. So what the good action would be, that action that would be correct one in the best of all possible worlds.
And you think that's like epistemically accessible?
Sort of.
Do you consider yourself sympathetic to Sam Harris, his idea of the moral landscape, and how we can okay, because he has an idea where you can derive morals from imagining the worst possible pain and like the best possible pleasure, and just using these as like some sort of intuitions about what good and bad is. I don't know if you're in agreement with that.
Well, that's a way to use intuitions to try to understand morality, which is what everyone in moral philosophy is doing. But I don't agree with his conclusion.
Okay, so suppose, if what is good is gonna just be the maximization of, it's not pleasure for you, right? It's like, it's not, is it a utility? Like, are you?
Well, I think morality has nothing to do with any of those words. I think morality is, again, a law of physics. There's something in physics that governs morality, and it affects our brains, and we come up with words to describe it, but the words are insufficient to describe it. And so I think the best way to define what a perfectly moral world would look like, which would be a world governed by this moral force above all others, essentially, is a world where it's impossible to force people to do things they don't consent to doing. But morality isn't governed by this statement. It's governed by the law of physics.
Do you think that there is a possible world where we can't force anybody to do anything?
Yes, that's clearly logically possible.
I mean, it's logically possible. I'm asking if it's nomologically possible.
Well, possible worlds means logically possible. So if it's logically possible, that's a possible world.
Yeah, but something can be logically possible, like so they could be like formally represented that like doesn't actually play out that way in the world. So I'm just wondering.
You asked the question: is there a possible world? That word in philosophy means logically possible. Is there a logically possible world? So that's all it means. So the answer to that question is yes. Now, if you're asking, is it physically possible given our current laws of physics? The answer is still yes. Still possible if we could control the laws of physics to do that.
Okay, so you think that it is possible that like there could. You think it's possible that there's a world where nobody is capable of forcing another person to do stuff?
Again, when you say a world, you're talking about like logically possible. So yes, obviously, if you're talking about is it possible to make this world given our laws of physics, the answer is also yes, but you need to clarify your language here because you keep using logically possible when I don't think you mean to.
Yeah, well, the modal scope I'm talking about is just physical, and you're saying yes, it is possible to create that world. And I'm just wondering like how we have access to that world, because I think it's like in the nature of us as like organisms and stuff like that, and the way our cognition works, that we're, so long as we are the same kind of thing, like we are going to be able to be doing these things, like forcing people to do stuff. So I don't know how that becomes, impossible under any given frame of reference if we're talking about human beings with thoughts and desires and
Yeah, so it sounds like you have the Christian bias that there's some ingrained evil in humans, and as long as we're humans, there will be evil or something. That's just wrong. So, like, we can place physical limitations using the laws of physics on people so they can't harm other people. Like, give everyone a personal force field. Problem solved. All shootings are solved. All stabbings gone. 100% gone. So we can place physical limitations on people by like barriers, like force fields, and it doesn't matter what their constitution or their psychology is. They can't harm anybody else. So there are clearly physical things we can change about the universe without changing anything about how people are to mitigate evil.
Okay, so the best scenario is that essentially nobody is able to force somebody else to do something. But wouldn't we be, in virtue of that, just like forcing people not to force other people to do stuff?
No, because your will only applies to yourself and your property. So the rule is you're not allowed to force people to do things they don't consent to doing. And so if your consent only applies to yourself, and if you want to do something to somebody else, that would take their consent. And restricting your ability to harm them is not a violation of your consent, it's protection of theirs. No, there's nothing self-contradictory about
Why can't it be both?
not how I use the word. So you can make up a new definition of what you think the word should mean. It's just not what mine means in my model.
So if I want to cross the street and some like big burly guy like pushes me back, like, nope, you're not going over there. Like, he's definitely using force to like stop me from doing something I want to do.
Again, so as I just stated, the definition of your will only applies to yourself and your property. So if it's his street, you have no right to walk into his street. It's his property. And so you have a right to walk into your street, and you can do anything you want with your street. You have no right to walk into his street. So if you're trying to walk into someone else's property, they have a right to not let you into their property.
Are we talking about like legal rights or?
No, this would be laws of physics in this case. So they
So
have a
the right-
universe, you have a
the ri-
universe,
Yeah.
and if you want to go into their universe, they can say no. And that would be like the big burly guy stopping you.
Okay, so their right is like a physical property. The right to property is like a physical property.
No, they would literally have physical ownership over the universe. They would control it like a god would kind of control it. And so if you tried to enter it, they would literally be able to prevent you from entering it. So they would physically have all rights to control everything about their universe, including whether or not you enter it. But the legal rights is irrelevant here. They just literally own the universe because they control it.
So this sounds very like sci-fi fantasy almost, right? Like the ideal world where like we have force fields around people and this sort of like utopia. But obviously this isn't like feasible now. I'm just curious, like if you just view like good actions as that which approximate that ideal, basically. Like
No.
Multiple
like, the
universes. Sorry, multiple
best-
universes
Sure.
sounds very much like a fantasy, like science fiction too.
yeah, I agree.
So
But
is an really powerful Sky Daddy. I think that's more science fiction. But
no, I agree.
More science fantasy too.
So the point here is that if you think about what action would be moral in the best of all possible worlds, you can use that as a guide to do the most moral action you possibly can in the pragmatic situation. So if doesn't mean it's the right action. Doing the pragmatic action isn't moral. You can use what would be good in the best of all possible worlds, which would be moral, as a guide to get as close as possible given your limitations. You asked, is getting the closest possible, is that the moral action? The answer is no. It's just the closest you can get to the moral action.
Okay. I am just sort of confused on really what in principle makes an act that I do now good or bad. If it's not like pragmatic, trying to like approximate like the ideal best situation. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure with your view, like what actually makes things good or bad.
If it's a voluntary assistance of will, it's moral. If it's an involuntary imposition of will, it's immoral. So forcing people to do things they don't consent to doing, that's immoral. Helping people to do things they want to do, that's moral.
I just feel like there's these scenarios for you where like you're forcing somebody to not do something that you don't like, but you're like, no, because that thing they're doing imposes on somebody else. But yeah, that's the case. But it's still forcing them. So I don't know.
Yeah. So the force isn't immoral. It's like if they consent to the force, it's perfectly moral to force them. So you're confusing the two statements and saying and treating them individually, the forcing people to do things and ignoring the consent of their property part. So the whole statement of morality is it's immoral to force people to do things they don't consent to doing to themselves and their property. It is not immoral to prevent them from doing things they want to your property. You have every right to stop them from doing whatever they want with your property. Totally fine. So you're confusing the first statement, which is just the forcing people to do things they don't consent to, and thinking it applies to anything that they want. So if I want to own you as a slave and you stop me, is that immoral? No. Because it's the two parts combined that make something moral, not just the first half of the sentence.
Okay, and just how did you come to this sort of like moral knowledge? You think like do you have like some sort of like demonstration
Looking at
in literal
patterns of
physics? Or?
morals, looking at patterns of moral intuition and moral progress and moral dilemmas and trying to solve those patterns. And then that's how I built the hypothesis. And then to confirm the hypothesis, you make predictions about the future. And if you get those predictions right, that would be hard empirical evidence.
All right. I just think you're saying I looked at some moral behaviors and it seems to be the way that the world works. So you're just trying to sort of provide kind of like a
That's all of
behavioral
science. So
description.
that's not a criticism. That's all of science. That's everything science does. We look at the world and think, oh, I think this is how the world works. Make some predictions, get the predictions right. That's good evidence. That's literally all of science.
Oh, sure. So if you're just taking it that like, yeah, I just have some like sort of assumption about the way that the world works, and
Again,
I'm
that's
just
all
going to
of
use that.
science.
Yeah, you're just using it as an epistemic starting point. No, that's fine.
That's a
Um,
hypothesis, yes. And then you make predictions and you try to confirm those predictions, and then that's evidence.
okay, so do you think that? So I don't know. It just seems. Are you like an ethical pragmatist or something though? Like my best like guess is just going to be what makes something right, or
No, like literally nothing I said would imply that.
no?
So my
I
best
just think
guess
like
is
you're
my best guess.
yeah.
Like I think I'm right about morality, so it's my best guess. And if I'm right, then what makes something moral has nothing to do with me or my guesses. My guesses are just my hypotheses.
Wait, how is that the case? If it is your hypothesis and your hypothesis is going to be pretty much the truth maker, I just
No,
how is it not to
literally
do?
nothing I said indicates that my hypothesis is a truth maker. My hypothesis is there's a law of physics that governs morality, and the law of physics is the truth maker. I'm just trying to discover it.
And do you think it's discoverable, the sort of physical law of,
Yes, clearly.
morality? How?
Yes. Same way we discover any law. We'll literally be able to measure it in the future.
Through what means? Do you have an idea about through what means, like how we're going to go about doing it, or?
The same thing we do in every physics. It will be a law of physics, just like every other law. We'll literally be able to measure it with better instruments.
I feel like we're just arbitrarily saying, yeah, it's like a physical thing, the sort of like moral order, right? But you don't really have any reason to believe that, apart from,
Um,
hey, it just
Everything in the
maybe look.
universe is governed by laws of physics, and so if anything exists, it's more plausibly a law of physics than anything else.
Yeah, but things can exist in multiple senses. Surely abstract them, like language, for
Don't
example.
exist. They
Okay,
literally don't exist. Abstract
okay,
objects don't exist.
okay. I'm under the impression that, yeah, like morals just don't exist. Like, what? When somebody says like point to the goodness or point to the badness, you're gonna say, yeah, it's something in the physical world. But what? Where?
Law of physics everywhere, just like gravity.
How can you demonstrate that?
Well, in the future, with novel predictions, and if I get them right, that would be how.
I feel like it's sort of weak to just make an appeal to a future that may or may not be actualized because you don't have an
You
explanation
asked
in the
how.
present.
You asked how could
Yeah,
you
I know,
demonstrate it?
but
Yeah, in the future.
again,
That's fully sufficient. Like
how is it sufficient to say like I don't know what makes something right or wrong, but maybe we'll be able to do it with science?
that's a thing we do all the time, and it's happened literally many times in history. Faraday himself literally did that with electricity, and light, and X-rays, and light faster than the speed of sound. That's a thing in science that happens all the time.
Alrighty. I mean, I understand your view. Again, I don't think it really answers like how you know it. I think it's more like, hey, maybe we'll know how I'm right at some point.
Right.
But
It's a
I'm just
hypothesis that makes predictions, and if the predictions are confirmed, then that would be the evidence. So I never said we had confirmed predictions yet.
okay. Yeah, I
Answer
don't
is
know.
yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It isn't Yeah, I don't think it holds up against any reasonable scrutiny. I think it's really easy for somebody to just say, well, I deny this sort of law of physics of morality. There's no sort of evidence of it whatsoever. We're just saying like there are these other laws of physics, so they govern appearances we have. So these moral appearances we have to also be governed by some same physical forces. When
You seem to be confused because, again,
Yeah.
this is a hypothesis. I never said this was a proven theory. Like, I'm not a theist who says God's there and there's actual evidence of it. No, this is a hypothesis which does not currently have evidence, which I make predictions which could have evidence in the future. So I think you're confusing the claim here. It's not that this has evidence. It's a hypothesis. Like string theory. It's like, yeah, we don't have evidence for it yet. That's not the claim.
Understood. Okay. Good chatting with you. That's about it.
All right, cool.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate the good conversation. Our next guest is Reaper. Welcome, Reaper. Thank you for joining us.
I apologize. My mic's kind of bugging out. Does it sound okay, or is it tripping?
Your sound is
Sounds good.
great. Well, what have you got for us today?
Yeah, I kind of have a question for T-Jump, but I think anybody here can kind of jump in on it if they feel the need to, or they have a personal opinion on it. T-Jump, I've kind of watched your
So
last
that's a good pun.
discussions.
Anybody can jump in. Haha.
Oh my.
Yeah, that is good.
Okay, but T-Jump, from watching your the legend guy that you put off stage, I mean, I have no issues with either of you. I just want to ask a question about it personally. Recently I've been looking into epistemology, and I recently started taking the topic of whether do you believe classical logic is objective in a sense, and how would you essentially prove that?
I think logic is a language that humans made up in order to describe reality, and it's
then.
possible that
Mhm.
there's a correct logic. Like there's a page on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy titled "The Right Logic?" Is there a logic that accurately describes reality? I think probably. I think I like standard logic, so I just guess standard logic does it, but I don't know.
I mean, I probably should ask more of a broader question. I guess the question I'm trying to get across is, I think in a sense to ground some form of modality or possible worlds, you kind of have to have a foundation of epistemology. Would you agree?
Sure. I mean, I guess what you
Okay.
mean by ground. I
So
don't know
I'm
what
just
you
going to
mean by
ask you,
grounding.
what grounding in epistemology do you have to argue that there is some possible world in existence, or possible, I should say, not in
I'm
existence?
not sure
but-
what you mean. So I grant possible worlds as a philosophical argument. I don't
Yeah.
know if there are actually philosophical worlds or if there's like a necessitarian only one possible world. Like I don't actually
Mhm.
care. So I only use
Okay.
possible world like a philosophical argument. I don't
Well,
think
I
they
mean,
actually
I
exist.
guess let me explain what I'm
I'm not
trying
a
to
modal
convey.
ontic realist.
Let me kind of explain what I'm trying to convey a bit more. You're a moralist, obviously, so you believe in some sense there is some universal truth about morality. And what I'm
Yeah.
going to try to say is that I don't believe a universal truth exists, and I'm making an ontological commitment to speak with you, but I don't believe the language I'm presenting to you is true itself. So I'm asking you,
What do you mean when
grounding?
you say you don't believe a universal truth exists? Like you mean like
I'll give an example that I watched of a debate a while back. Me and you, in an empirical sense, you can look through a scope and you could see the moon. Now, I can look through the scope and say, "Oh, well, I see the moon," but that does not mean entirely that I believe it's there. I can have false sensory data, and it once again calls into question whether empirical data is correct or if it's accurate.
yeah, who cares about empirical data? So
Okay,
can
then
you
let's go to
believe
rationalism.
you believe you exist and be wrong?
Be exist and be wrong.
Can you believe that you exist and be wrong?
Well, I can be a brain in a vac, but if that's what you mean by
You still
exist, I
exist.
guess.
It still exists. So
Yeah.
can you believe you exist and be wrong?
Yes.
Okay, how?
I mean, okay, well, you saying be wrong in the sense of existence?
Yes. So I don't care how
Well-
you exist. Brain in a vat, part of Venus's electrical signals.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care
Yeah.
how you exist. It makes no difference. You existing means you have some kind of conscious experience, and that conscious experience must be something in reality caused by I don't care what. Brain in a vat, electrical, farts, matrix. Don't
Okay,
care.
yeah.
It doesn't matter. You still exist. That conscious experience is an existing thing that was created in some
Mhm.
sense. Can you
Yeah.
believe your conscious experience exists and be wrong? The correct
Okay,
answer is no.
so wait, could I kind of, because there's a few things you said on that I kind of have a few issues with, so I was going to try to address a bit of the statement you said, well, a few statements actually, but okay.
Okay. All right. All right.
No.
Let,
Go ahead. Randolph, are you okay? What's going on?
Sorry, that my fault. I thought you guys were talking over each other. Something started in the background. My apologies. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. Okay, so I get it. You're trying to ground there's some form of knowing that we exist. I think that if me and you were to come into a conversation, we both are already kind of accepting.
I don't care if you know. I don't care if you know. So
well, I'm agreeing. I know that I exist 100% and you exist. But the problem is, though, is I'm
explaining. Wouldn't that qualify as like a universal truth that you said?
But that's not word. That's no. It's a considerable truth, not an objective truth. I can say I know it, but I can be wrong in the sense of knowing it.
What? How is that not an objective truth?
Because, an example, I could say I exist, but the problem is I have no reasoning of why I exist. If you remain skeptical at some point in time,
you don't need that for
have the conversation.
Truth.
You do.
No.
What do you think an objective truth is?
Objective truths are true independent of whether anybody knows it or has any reason to know it. They're just things that are true about reality.
So you're asking me to give a subjective perspective. You're asking me to give something subjective and saying, is it objective because it's subjective? That's just contradictory in itself.
No. So you can know an objective truth about the universe. That's true for everybody else, whether or not they know it, which is that you exist. Your existence is an objective truth about reality that's true for everyone, whether or not they know it, including you. It's true for you, even if you don't know it. So this truth is true independent of every opinion, of every subjective fact in the universe. They are all irrelevant. This is an objective truth. You exist.
And my next question is going to be, teach. I'm not even on some like really ratting or being dishonest type shit. A genuine question. Tell me how you would go about that to prove that.
I don't care if I can prove it. I literally just said it doesn't matter if you can prove it.
It's not a universal truth if it's not just subjective reasoning.
Again, so it's objective. Like you can't believe you exist and be wrong. Therefore, you objectively exist. Since you believe you exist, you exist. And you exist objectively. Even if you didn't believe you exist, you'd still exist. Even if nobody else believes you exist, you would still exist. Even if no one could prove you exist, you still exist.
Yeah.
So the subjective truths of anyone's minds, whether they have knowledge, whether it can be proven, irrelevant, you still exist. That's an objective truth for everyone. And
there's a few issues with that because I can believe in, there's a rocket flying, turtle flying in the sky. It doesn't mean in a sense that it's actually true. I can try to apply some type of reasoning of why it is the case. But once again, no matter what, in a scope, you can also say the equal interpretation is, you could have been inaccurate. Every single possible thing you could say to me of why something is a universal truth, I can just say an exact counter to it, and it would just be called in the question or result in some probability form and not definitively.
I'm not giving you justifications for why that's an objective truth. I'm giving you the definition of what an objective truth is. An objective truth is something that's true independent of any opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you think you exist, and it's not possible for you to think you exist and be wrong, that means, by definition, you exist objectively.
Well, that's already begging the question because I called in the question in the first place whether I can say I exist or try to believe I exist, but a statement being true is not determined by structural integrity at all.
This has nothing to do with structural integrity. This is a logical entailment of the statement. If you believe you exist, now I don't care if you believe you exist. I don't care if you're capable of believing you exist.
Okay.
If anyone believes they exist, is it possible for that same person to be wrong? The answer is no. It's literally impossible.
Well, because that's begging the question, because you're already saying, it's objective, because I can't give reasoning because it's mine independently. But the problem is for us to say something is objective, we have to have a reasoning of why it fits that category in itself, and you're completely just missing that point. What? Yes? Like what?
No. So if I can someone believes they exist, if someone believes they exist, can they be wrong? The answer is no. They can't be wrong. They must exist in the first place in order to have the belief that they exist. Therefore, if someone believes they exist, objectively, they exist because they must exist first to have beliefs. That's a logical entailment. And so it doesn't matter. Like everything could be wrong with their brain. They could be Descartes' demon could just make everything with their brain wrong, and they would still not be wrong that they exist. They would still be right because in order to have beliefs, you must exist first.
Okay.
And existence in that case is objective by definition.
There was something you said in that I kind of wanted to talk about, but it's because you're kind of appealing to more of a classical approach of why something is like necessary, and I was already calling the question whether logical is universal in a sense.
Okay, well then you'd have to answer the question: can someone believe they exist and be wrong?
And I already said that can be the case. Yes.
How?
Because in the first place, at some point in time
Yeah,
to have
what?
a conversation, we have to bite the bullet for language, but it doesn't mean it's true in a sense of accordance to reality.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, how in reality is it possible to believe you exist while not existing?
That's why I'm saying I'm disagreeing with the laws of thought itself.
Okay, so explain, how is it possible?
I believe there's things in reality that exist that make us where we can have a state of non-existent and existent at the same exact time.
Like 0 sense. Zero sense.
Because it's not logical, it's attacking the logical approach.
Right, so you can't give a coherent logical explanation of how it's possible to believe you exist and be wrong.
Well, because T-Jump, you keep going backwards and saying, oh, well, it's dependent upon classical logic position, but I'm
No,
calling the
this
question
is
the
true in
laws
the case
thought
of
are
all
true.
logics. Non-standard
Okay,
logic
prove
grants
it
this,
in...
many-valued logic grants this, quantum
Whoa,
logic
that's
grants
not how that
this.
works. That's not true.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
That's
is.
not true. Can I prove that's not true, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, so in many-value logic, we can just say that there's different fundamental truths besides true or false. You keep accepting some binary or bivalent logic. That's just entirely disappointing. That entirely
No,
erases the point of saying many-valued logic.
no.
Yes.
A many-valued
the
logic doesn't
definition?
mean that it's always the case that there are only not true or not false statements. There can still be true statements in many-valued logic.
Hold up. Do you want me to define many-valued logic in a way? Because I feel like we're like defining this really wrong.
Okay, so if you don't know this, in many-valued logic, having all of the possibilities be true and having a true statement is definitely possible in many-valued logic. Do you not know this?
That's not what I'm attacking, and you're kind of just jumping around.
That is literally what you're attacking here.
That's
So
not what I did.
it is possible to have a true statement in many-valued logic. You can have
Can
a
I give
true statement.
clarity? Can I give clarity to my position, please, T-Jump, before we go any further?
No, because,
okay, then. So
because
if you don't know
you're
my
not
position, how are you
understanding.
attacking it?
So many-valued logic says there's multiple possibilities, right? True and false aren't the only two possibilities. There's
Okay,
lots of
continue.
middle grounds, right? Right? Does that mean there
Yes.
can be true statements?
You could say it can be, but doesn't mean it is true statements. That's what I'm attacking.
No, you're not. So
I'm saying yes.
In many-value, yes, in many-value logic, there can be true statements that are just true. Period. Full stop.
But I'm saying that
there are going to be certain statements that are going to be true. Full period. Right?
But
in many-value logic, there are true statements.
that's where.
And this is going to be one of them.
Go ahead.
This is going to be one of them. This is the one.
Okay,
of
well,
they grant.
let me attack. Well, I'm gonna just apply the possibility. And like, oh, well, why can't it just be some form of excluded middle where it's a logical contradiction? And what are you gonna do then?
Logical contradiction that I believe I exist without existing.
So it's just I can say it's like I'm telling the question classical logic itself by using many value logic, which you accepted. So I don't have to just appeal to some binary or bivalent logic.
The actual philosophers who actually accept many valued logic grant what I'm saying. They're like, yes, that is true. Happy to grant
I can say that it doesn't result in true or false. It results in the excluded middle. I can just argue that, and you can't get out of it. Like not at all.
Go ahead and write a paper explaining how using many valued logic someone can believe they exist and be wrong. Publish the paper, and then I will take your argument seriously.
Wait, no. That's you. That's why I'm saying I tried to give clarity to that position a minute ago, but you kind of said no, you don't want me to give it.
Okay, so let me clarify my argument here. My argument here is that you know nothing about many valued logic. You are trying to apply it inappropriately. You don't understand what you're doing. And if you think you do, then please publish a paper where you actually talk to philosophers who do know what they're talking about, who can explain this to you better than I can, because you don't.
Okay. T-Jump. I feel like we're kind of misreading what I was saying. I'm saying that someone can say, oh, they exist, but for them to exist, they must have the thought they exist. And I'm saying, oh, well, in that case, I'm saying no when it results in a logical contradiction. If it's a logical contradiction, it's dealing with something outside of just the basic binary values, which I can just say, oh, well, that can just result in some form of pluralistic position. It could result in some position of many value logic being the excluded middle. I can just argue that, and I'm calling into question logic by doing that, and you're not grounding it.
You can't.
Yes, I can. I'm literally doing it.
No, stop. Listen. So
what?
You don't understand many valued logic, and if
I do, I can define it if you want.
You don't. So
I do.
If you think you can, then you need to publish a paper where actual professors can evaluate this and tell you why you have no idea what you're doing.
So you can't defend.
And they're like,
argument.
Sure. No, I've already defeated you on it. It's like,
no, you haven't. You lost.
I have. Stop talking. Don't interrupt me again, or I'm going to kick you off the stage. Professors
Mhm.
who understand many value logic, I've talked with them on this. They grant me. They say, yes, you are correct, T-Jump. You are correct in every case in this one. And so what you're saying doesn't accurately represent many value logic. You have no idea what you're
Just-
talking about. Your head
okay.
is up your ass. So if you
Okay.
think you have a new
Mhm.
understanding of many value logic that goes beyond all of the professors I've talked to,
Yeah.
then you need to publish a paper on this and just get it accepted by the academic authorities that's like, yes, in many valued logic, you can think you exist while not existing. Go for it. And once you do that, then I will look at your paper and try to understand this, because you have, I'm fairly certain you have no idea what you're talking about. And you're just taking a broad concept of many valued logic and trying to apply it to things that it does not apply to, and you have no idea what you're doing. So if you think
That's
you do,
not
publish a
the
paper.
argument. T-Jump. Like I'm not trying to like cut you off, but that's not the well. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, it is the argument." If I'm saying it's not the argument, I'm the one literally giving you the argument. Like, can I please address my point and then you can attack it? Like, tell me how it's wrong.
Okay,
Because
so
you
the
asked me
question
the
was,
question.
can you believe you exist to be wrong?
Mhm.
And you,
And
can
I'm
you believe
saying,
you exist?
if I
you're
was to
saying
say
yes.
no, wait, if I was to say no, it will result in a logical contradiction. If it's a logical contradiction, it does not just appeal to some basic binary approach, which means it could be any of the possible truths outside of just true or false,
Okay, so you're
which
saying
calls
yes.
into question classical logic. Yes, 100%.
You're wrong. That's not how many valued logic
attack
works.
it.
Go publish a paper.
Okay, so no refutation. I'll just leave. I'm
I've
good.
already refuted it. Many valued
You
logic
didn't. You
grants
didn't understand my
this.
position. You didn't understand it at all.
Okay, goodbye. So many valued logic grants this. No, you cannot believe you exist to be wrong, even in many valued logic. If you think that's incorrect, go publish a paper on it. Until then, don't bother me. Next.
Yeah. So next is Grim. Oh, Grim has disappeared. So the next one is
It's going to be a grim fairy tale.
why is it wrong to eat puppies? How are you
Not
with a
there
picture
either.
of a penguin?
Oh, he's there. Okay.
You're muted. I don't know. You might have to unmute yourself before we can hear you.
He was server muted.
Because
I
they're
had to unserver mute
sentient
him.
conscious creatures.
Oh, thank you. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. How are all of you?
Why do
I'm
you
doing
always
well.
get server muted? Like literally every time you come here, you're server muted.
Oh, I annoy a lot of people. Yeah,
I like
I
you
had
already.
a question. Sorry?
I like you already.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I had a question that I brought up last time in regards to theological fatalism. I mean, okay, so I think you made a few mistakes in one of your videos, T-Jump, when you were speaking to this guy. The first one's pretty obvious mistake. I don't think you'll even like deny it's a mistake. You said that I wrote it down. The guy said that
I like how they come in here.
it's known but it's not determined, and you said that that's synonymous. Obviously those two terms are not synonymous.
For God. For God.
I don't think you'd. Sorry?
For God, for an omniscient God. Like not for
No, but
literally
those
everyone.
two terms. Yeah, but those two terms, something being known and something being determined are not synonymous, right?
Yeah, it's only synonymous for God who knows literally everything.
But the guy said that it's known but it's not determined. And you
Well,
said
we were
those
talking
are
about a
synonymous,
God, so we
but
were
those
applying
aren't
it
synonymous.
to that conversation.
Okay. So you're saying
Like, obviously
that,
you can know something like quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics isn't determined.
Are
Yeah,
you
right.
trying to?
And
Are you hoping to venture into justified true beliefs?
No, I mean I just challenged the original claim that if
So let
something
me give some context. So this
an
is like
agent
if
knows the future, then it's determined.
wait, pause for a second. So this is the omniscience paradox. If God knows what you're going to do you have free will? That's the conversation we're talking about. So his
Yeah, I
argument
guess
is that God can know everything you're going to do, but you still have free will.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not arguing for that position. I just think those two things are compatible. And you seem to think that they're incompatible. I don't really understand why.
Because if God knows everything you're going to do, then you don't have the ability to do otherwise. And the ability to do otherwise is what libertarian free will is defined as. And so if God already knows what you're going to do, there is no ability to do otherwise. Therefore, you don't have free will.
Right, okay. When you say you can't do otherwise, what modality are you referring?
What? I have no idea what you're asking there.
I'm asking when you say you can't do otherwise. I mean, that's a modal notion. So are you talking about
Yes, it is.
logical possibility or?
I don't think that's defined in libertarian free will. I don't think they define it. I think they usually define it as saying if you could go back in time and do it again, it could have a different outcome. That's usually how they define it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't really understand, because the way I understand libertarian free will is that your choices aren't determined by any antecedent conditions. You know, sort of like the agent is making the decision, and no amount of arrangement of physical material or your experiences or things like that. Those things might influence your decision.
That's an irrelevancy. That's not part of the definition. So definition of free will is the ability to do otherwise. So the point of the libertarian free will is to apply blame to the individual and say that you are wholly responsible for whatever evil thing you did, and it's not God's fault and it's not the world's fault. But that's wrong. So that's logically wrong. And so the way they define it is simply as the ability to do otherwise. You have the ability to do otherwise. You chose to do X, therefore you are wholly responsible for doing X. And so the ability to do otherwise part is the key factor of libertarian free will. The not determined by antecedent causes is irrelevant here. Like if it doesn't make a difference. It's the fact that you could have done otherwise but didn't.
Yeah. So I guess that I understand the impossibility of those two in conjunction, right? That you can't do that you can't do. Okay, so I understand if God knows X and you do not X, right? I see those two as incompatible, right?
Yeah.
But I think the incompatibility refers to both those two propositions, not to them individually, right? So I don't see the necessity of you having to do X just because God knows it, right? It's not necessary. I see the necessity of it can't be the case that proposition A and proposition A be true and proposition B be false, right? That God knows you'll do X and you do X, right? The first one, if the first one is true, the second one can't be true. I can sort of write it down if we got a text chat.
Well, so I don't read the text chat anyway. So the question is if what's required for free will is the ability to do otherwise, that means that there must be a way to go back and redo the event and have God know that you were going to do X and you do Y. And that's not logically possible. That's a logical contradiction with an omniscient being. So it's not possible for God to know you do X and you do Y. Therefore, it's not possible for you to do otherwise than X. Therefore, you don't have free will.
No. That's the mistake. So you're applying that's the modal fallacy. So you're applying this sort of impossibility towards that you doing not X, right? Is there a text chat, by the way?
They don't read the text chat.
There are some comments coming from the text chat, and I'd like to get into those in a moment.
Yeah, because I really like to write it down because.
Okay, so I'll just start off with somebody in our YouTube chat. Deconverted Man is saying that the ability to do pointless actions is what he thinks free will is. And then Jay Pasek has responded, couldn't reincarnation be considered a form of afterlife without a god or gods necessary? Deconverted man's back. I'm not sure, because that would require some system to keep that going. What in nature could account for such a system? And then there's something in Discord chat, but if you want to address that first, I'll hold aside for you.
Right. I was meaning that I could write down like the argument in modal logic, so it would be clear.
Oh yeah, just there's right next to this channel, this stage, you'll see something called Heathen Hangout. You can post it in there, and we'll be happy to, if you have a link to a source on it, I'll be happy to share that with our YouTube audience directly as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to sort of like send it like.
I'm not
right
going
now,
to
so-
read it. There is 0% chance I'm going to read it.
Oh,
So just
what?
explain your argument.
Okay. Well, it's sort of got symbols and stuff. But
I'm
I'll
not
try.
going
I'll
to
try
look
my
at it.
best.
It's
Just-
going to be 0% chance of me looking at it. You'd have to pay me.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well. Okay.
So the
Just
answer,
give me
I
one
can just
sec.
skip. I can just skip and give you the answer. The answer is, by the definition of free will, the ability to do otherwise. That means there has to be a possible world where you didn't do what God knew. And that isn't possible given omniscience. It's not possible. There's a contradiction between there being a possible world where you didn't do what God knew and God knowing you did X. Literally can't exist in the same possible world.
Okay. Yeah. So the. Okay. Well, I'll just read out, because this is not really the. This isn't really accepted. Really. It
is widely accepted in philosophy.
I mean, you said that last time, but you don't have a source for that.
You do, actually.
Can you
The
send me
Stanford
the
Encyclopedia
source?
of Philosophy on this exact problem. The one I actually listed last time.
Yeah, I know, and I read that, and there are many solutions to this concern.
Which are
I mean,
not
I can
widely accepted. The consensus is atheism.
atheism has nothing to do with it. I mean, I was speaking to a PhD.
The consensus is
who's
that
an
there
atheist.
that
Wait,
this is
just
a
one
problem.
second. Just wait 1 second. Look, I was speaking to a PhD philosopher who is an atheist about this very concern, and he said that they're not incompatible.
Oh, well, an
So
atheist.
atheism has nothing to do with it. I don't think any atheist philosopher is actually going to accept this either. So
They do.
I'm
The vast
asking
majority
you,
accept this. The vast majority accept
yeah,
this.
I'm
You
asking
don't-
you why. Look, the last time we spoke, I looked up this, right? I went to the Phil surveys. I tried to look up other philosophical surveys. I never found that. So I'm asking you, like, where is this source?
I don't care. I'm not going to do the research for you. Find it yourself.
Wait,
Most
but
academic
you're the one that
philosophers
made
agree
the
with it.
claim.
Yes, because
Yeah,
I've
but
actually
you're
spoken
saying
to the
that most
philosophers.
academic philosophers agree.
Yes, they do.
I'm
If you don't
asking
know
you-
this, you're just an idiot. This is like flat earther asking for references for the math of the curvature of the planet. Do it yourself. This is common knowledge. Common knowledge in philosophy.
So the PhD philosopher that had said that these two are not incompatible.
Ask him.
It's
Do the
just like
consensus of experts in
idiot.
the field of philosophy agree that this debunks or produces an argument
I
that makes the majority of evidence? So ask your philosophy friend. Do the majority of philosophers in this field agree that the argument indicates more evidence that it is incompatible than it's compatible? He's going to say yes. The majority of philosophers in the field agree this argument indicates it's more likely incompatible than compatible. The fact that there is a single
Well, I'll
logical
ask him.
way interpretation to try and make it alternatives, most philosophers reject that garbage, and they agree that the consensus view is that it is more likely impossible than possible.
Okay.
Incompatible
Well,
and
I'll ask
compatible.
him. I'll ask him. I mean, I've looked it up on Phil surveys and other surveys, and I haven't been able to find that consensus. But I'll ask him.
Because that is not a poll. If you want a poll, go ask the philosophers individually. What is the view of people in your field?
Individually? What?
Yes, the
Wait, so
philosophers
you're
are very
asking-
well acquainted with the view of the field. So if you want to know what most philosophers think, go ask the philosophers. What do most philosophers in the field think? That's how you
So are
learn.
you
So
asking
you
me
can,
to ask
you can
each
go.
individual
Yes, that's
philosopher?
literally
Like,
what I do too. So I go talk with
Oh my
philosophers and
gosh.
what do most philosophers believe on this field? Do they accept that argument? And the theist will always say, no, most philosophers do not accept this argument. This is a minority position of the theists we make up, not accepted by the majority every single time, 100%. So this argument you're bringing is a minority position made up to appease a minority of theists that is not accepted by the consensus of experts in the field. You can verify this. Go ask them. What did the majority of experts in the field think about this argument?
Okay, so, oh, sorry, wait. Sorry. Yeah, okay. I mean, regardless of what the majority thinks, I mean, you said the majority thinks that, and like I couldn't find that, so whatever. But regardless,
you're not
right, I
asking
still
people.
think-
Literally, the first thing you should do: ask the professors,
I
the
just asked
philosophers.
them.
What
I
do
just
the
asked the
majority?
PhD philosopher,
No,
and he
you
said that
didn't.
no.
No, you just admitted you did not ask him. Go ask him. What do the majority of experts in the
didn't
field
ask
think
him.
about this position?
Yeah, so I didn't ask him what the majority of theists or what the majority of philosophers think, right? I asked him what
That's
his
the
view
question.
was, and he said that yeah.
I don't
But
care about
yeah,
his view.
okay.
That's an anecdotal fallacy. We don't care about his view. What do the majority of experts in the
Anecdotal
field think about this issue?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, regardless, I still think the argument sort of fails, and the reason it fails is because I think it commits the modal fallacy, meaning that
It does not.
So, what's the modal fallacy?
I went through that last time. So it does not. It objectively
I'm
does
asking
not.
you what the
But by
modal
the definition
fallacy
I'm
is.
using of what I'm using as the definition of the libertarian free will is the ability to do otherwise. If it is not possible for you to do an action that God does not know or God to be wrong, then it is not possible to have free will.
But no, but I'm asking you what the modal
I
fallacy
don't care.
is.
We went through that last time. That's been answered.
But you said it doesn't
been
commit
answered.
the modal fallacy. I'm
Yeah,
asking
that's
you
been
what
answered
the
last
modal
time.
fallacy
That's
is.
been answered last time.
No, I mean,
That
the
was
last
answered
time I
last
didn't
time.
really
Last
have
time
a
I'm
clear-
repeating this or I'm kicking you off the stage. So that's been answered last time. Don't bring it up again. You have a new
Okay,
objection
but-
that I didn't answer already.
Yeah, no, I have, because I didn't bring this up last time, right? Last time I didn't really.
This was
know
literally a
that
question
much.
asked 50 times last time. I went up, I looked at the definition, I read it, I
That's
showed it didn't. That was asked and answered. I'm not doing it again.
Look, I read the articles since we talked, so can I look? I'll just bring out the objection, right, rather than all this meta.
No, I'm not interested.
Wait, but
It does not commit the modal fallacy. You're not addressing the objection. If it is not logically possible or physically possible for you to do something that God didn't know, you don't have free will, because by definition, you don't have the ability to do otherwise.
no, you do have the ability to do otherwise.
If
Right?
it's not logically
just
possible to
one.
not do the thing, you don't, by definition.
No,
it's logic.
you do.
So it's logic. So yeah. So this is the concern, right? That those two combined are impossible, right? It's impossible to have.
If you go back in time, an
And
infinitely many
comparison-
number of times, will there ever be a single instance where you did not do what God knew you were going to do?
No, right?
Then it's not
but
possible to have
just
free will.
because- No. Just because God knows that you'll do X doesn't mean that it's a necessary truth that you'll do X.
I
Right?
don't care if it's a
You still
necessary
can
truth. The
do-
point of being able to do otherwise isn't a necessary truth. I don't care about necessary truth. I don't care about morality. None of that garbage matters. If there is not a single
Right.
case where you can go back in time and not do the thing God knew, you don't have the ability to do otherwise.
Yeah, but I don't know what modality you're talking about.
I don't
right?
give a
Because,
shit about
it might
modality.
be-
This is done. If you don't have an actual objection to what I just said, then you're agreeing with
I mean,
me.
I'm-
You don't have free will.
No, I'm trying to bring out the objection, right? You're saying that
No,
it's
you just agreed.
like,
you literally
must-
agreed. It is not possible for you to go back in time and do something different than what God knew you're going to
No.
do. You agreed. You've
No, I
already
didn't.
admitted. You've already admitted I'm right.
No, I
and you're
didn't
bringing up
say that.
semantical
I didn't-
irrelevancies.
No, it's not semantical relevancies. Look,
Is
I'm
it
saying that
possible to
you
go back in
won't.
time and do something different?
I
and what
can't
God knew?
finish the sentence. And like,
Just give me a yes or no. Is it possible to go back in time and do something different than what God knew you were going to do?
possible under what modality?
Don't give a shit. Is it possible? Will it ever happen? Is there any time in
don't
any
know what you're
world
talking about,
where
like-
you actually go back in time and you will do something different? Will that happen?
It won't happen, right?
Then
But
I'm right.
that doesn't-
Congratulations. You've admitted I'm right. Game over. Stop wasting my time with semantics.
No, but look,
That
right,
is the full
saying
context of
that-
the argument.
Wait, look, just because it won't happen doesn't mean that you
That's
can't
that's
do
all I
otherwise.
need. That's
And
all I
if-
need from argument. If it won't happen, you don't
my
have free will.
gosh.
That's all I need. I don't give a
Look,
shit
am I
about any
allowed
of your
to-
semantics. I don't give a shit about any of the words or terminology. I don't give a shit. If you don't, if you'll never happen, you don't have the ability to do otherwise. End of discussion. No more
but
semantics. End
you're
of discussion.
You're conflating the modalities,
No, this
right?
is
'Cause
by
I don't
my
know
definition.
what-
No, there's no modalities here. By my definitions of the words I gave,
No
that's all you
modalities.
need.
What?
No modalities. No more of the bullshit language game. I don't care. If you granted that
Bullshit
sentence, my argument works. End of discussion.
Okay, look. Maybe we can think about it like this, right?
No, there is no. You just granted the argument. You just admitted I was right. 100%. Game over. I won.
didn't.
You literally did. Let's try it again. Will there ever be a case where you go back in time and you do a different action that God didn't know? Will that ever happen? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it will happen. Right?
Thank you.
But
That's it. That's the end of the discussion. There is no language game here. There's no modality here. There's no complicated philosophy here. That's the full extent of the argument. If you grant that, that is the argument I'm making. That's it. There's no more. You granted it.
No. Look, just think about this, right? Like, if you have a B theory of time, right, then which actually is the consensus, not by a massive margin, but
no, it's not.
The
consensus is neither A nor B. The consensus is neither A nor B.
Yeah, I know, but B theory of time is much greater than the A theory of time.
No, it's
like
not.
33%.
Oh, yeah, no, A is like 32%.
No, I looked it up just this morning. Like the A theory, Phil surveys the A theory of time.
How you know you're an expert?
Like 14%, and the B theory of time has like 30%, if I remember correctly. Now I might be mistaken. In which case,
I think it was like an even.
No, I was correct. So, accept or lean towards the B theory is 26%, and then A theory is 15%. So I was a little bit off, but that's mostly correct.
Other is 60%. 60% other. That's the consensus.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that B theory is far greater in percentage than A theory, and I think, and I'm not an expert on this, but I think that majority of physicists accept B theory as well. This is just philosophers. So definite. Okay, well, maybe I'm mistaken there. Wait, let me just look it up. Do physicists? Oh, sorry. I'm not going to waste.
I think it's
time.
a snapshot of foundational attitudes towards quantum mechanics by Schlosshauser. I think is the poll of physicists.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I have a concern that this argument, if it goes through, it's really only going to attack very, very few theists, right? Because first of all, and I think you agreed that it's not going to work.
We've spoken about God.
Compatibilists.
So this should actually work on the vast majority of theists.
No, it won't. No,
Yes,
He's saying
and
that.
the point is that
So your your interpretation
can't
only
do
applies to an
anything.
extremely small
finish a single
minority. One sec. So your interpretation only applies to extremely small minority of academic philosopher theists. Most theists aren't. Most theists are average, everyday people. When they say libertarian free will, they mean the ability to do otherwise. They mean what I said. Now, the criticisms you're bringing about modality are like a dozen or 24 academic philosophers, theists. That's it. There's nobody who believes this garbage. Most theists do not believe this garbage. Well, the criticisms you're bringing up are just irrelevant to pretty much all of theism everywhere in the world. What I said is what theists actually mean, the ability to do otherwise. What I said applies to most theists. What you said applies to some cranky academic philosophers in a back room that have beliefs that have no basis in reality.
You still haven't really clarified what you mean when you say the ability to do
I
otherwise.
have fully 100% clarified that. I literally did. The ability to go back in time and do a different thing.
Under what modality?
Doesn't mean a goddamn thing. The ability to go back in time and do a different thing than what God knows. That's literally what I mean. That's what I said. There's no bullshit language game here. My definition has been fully grasped and understood by everyone, academic philosopher to everyday Joe. Modalities are irrelevant.
No, I don't think that's irrelevant at all. Look,
literally is. You're done on this topic. Don't bring up modalities again. You have granted my argument. You have admitted I was right multiple times.
No. No, so if all you mean is that in some sense you can't do X, then sure. But
No, can you
I
go
take
back in time and do a thing different than what God knew you would do?
Am I allowed to
Yes or
finish
no?
a sentence, please?
No, because you keep bringing up
Can I
irrelevancies.
finish-
Irrelevant semantic bullshit that I don't care about.
Oh my god. So yeah, so in some sense you can't do otherwise, but I think the can't there applies to the conjunction of A and sort of not
I don't
B,
give a shit about all
right?
the
But
semantics. The
the
semantics
can't-
is irrelevant. This is nothing. This is dumbass
it's not
nonsense.
semantics. There's
Can
nothing.
you go
There's
back
nothing
in time
semantical about.
and do something different than what God knew you would do?
I think in
If
some
I
sense,
go back
yeah.
a billion times, will I ever do not X?
I think in some sense, yeah. In some sense, no. Right. The point is that like, I brought
God
up
knows
a
I
random
will do
number.
X. God knows I will do X. If I go back a billion times, will I ever do Y?
I mean, if we sort of presuppose like B theory, no, like the past and the future are just
No,
the same.
there you
right?
go. We're done. The conversation
Right.
over. You don't need any of this modality bullshit.
Yeah,
None of
but
this
that doesn't
language game
mean that.
bullshit. That's it.
But that doesn't mean. No, but that doesn't mean that, like in every sense, you can't do otherwise, right? So
I don't give a
the
shit
point
about
is
every
that, like,
sense.
look,
You answered my question. All of my
say-
definitions, all of my meanings were covered in that one sentence. There are no external meanings there.
No, there's
Anything else
no-
you bring up is irrelevant, is a straw man of anything in my position. I don't care. You've granted everything in my position,
Hey.
everything in my argument. You've said, yep, you're right. And then you're saying, oh, here's this other stuff I don't give a shit about. That's not a part of my argument. Great job.
So here's a way to sort of marry this idea of libertarian free will and sort of the future being quote unquote sort of fixed in a
Don't
way.
care.
But
I
I'm
don't
not sure
care,
whether I
because
would
that's
use
not
that
my
word.
position. I don't care.
So let's just take. Well, the other people in the room might care. So let me just sort of like explicate what I'm saying. So if you imagine sort of the B theory of time, which, you know, a lot of people do accept, then the past and the future are going to be sort of like, they're going to be just as real as the present, right? And so if you view time as this sort of block with all events in it, then an agent will sort of like, I don't know, have toast in the morning, right? And that's going to be, so if I have toast in the morning at 9 a.m., that's going to be as real as the time at 8 o'clock when I hadn't had it and the time at 10 o'clock when I had it, right? But if libertarian free will is true, then there can't be any antecedent conditions that determine me having toast in the morning. And so if that's true, then there's no antecedent conditions that determine me to have toast in the morning, right? So that's a way of sort of thinking about the sort of the future having sort of the same priority as the present. I'm not sure priority is the right word, but sort of the future and the past having just the same realness as the present. But you can still have libertarian free will. And if that's true, then God can know all of those time slices, right? But libertarian free will is still true because there's no antecedent conditions that determine you to do one thing or the other. And so that's one way of sort of marrying these two ideas of libertarian free will and God knowing what you'll do in the future.
Great job. You've made up a new definition of libertarian free will that doesn't correspond to the vast majority of Christians, and no one cares about except Davenport philosophers and wouldn't describe Christianity. Great job. Don't care.
I mean, many sort of philosophers. I mean, wait, where's your definition of libertarian free will?
Ability to do otherwise. Gave that like 20 times.
No, I'm asking where in sort of like the scientific literature is it defined that way?
I have to Google it. Don't care. But I've heard from all of the theists.
Okay, can you
so
send
that's
me?
the definition
Can you
I
send me
use.
the link?
Oh,
Can you send me the
yourself.
link where it's do it myself?
Do it yourself.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I just think
I just
that,
Google it. Fieldsurveysarchive.org. Free will and the ability to do otherwise. There you go. Very easy. This is the definition that I've been given by all the theist philosophers I've talked to. So if you want to find it, do it yourself.
Yeah, but the point is that I mean, compatibilists might say, yeah, they have the ability to sort of do otherwise in some sense, right? If they had the desire
Yeah, but they're not
to do
libertarian
otherwise.
free will, so that's a totally different topic, which is irrelevant.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, true, sorry. Oh, you're talking about libertarian. Yeah, no, sorry, that was my mistake. Yeah, I mean, I just think that this argument that you have is very limited in scope because someone can believe that sort of you have free will, but God knows what you're going to do, and your ability to
People
do
can make up
otherwise is
stupid
just
beliefs to try and
defined as a different modality than what you're talking about.
yeah. So people can
there's
make up
there's a
stupid beliefs
difference
to make their
between
worldview fit
epistemic.
anything. That doesn't make a difference. What matters is what's the most plausible explanation and plausible understanding of the terms. Based on the most plausible understanding, the contradiction holds, and it's stupid. And then you have to make up some kind of complicated modality bullshit to try and make your worldview fit. That's just you ad hoc, post hoc, trying to make your worldview fit. The inconsistencies don't care. Is that possible to do that? Sure, always. Sure. It's always possible to do that. I don't care.
I mean, I'm not granting that it's ad hoc or post hoc, but even if it is, that doesn't mean it's false.
True, but I don't care. I care about what's the most plausible understanding of the terms. And given the most plausible understanding of the terms, the contradiction I expressed holds. And if you have to make up some kind of post hoc, made up understanding of complicated modality bullshit to try and make it plausible, that just means your idea is bullshit. The simple one is the right one. I like the simple one.
What's the argument for that?
That's usually the case in physics. Like when you're trying to post hoc reasoning, the more you add more complicated stuff to make your theory work, that's usually wrong. It's de facto the case.
It's also Occam's razor.
I mean, Occam's razor, the way I understand it, is don't sort of multiply entities beyond reason or something like that. And I might be mistaken there. Like I said, I'm not like some philosophical genius, so I don't really know. But yeah, you also said something weird the last time I talked. You said that time causes things. I don't really understand that.
Well, time is a physical thing, and it physically does stuff and physically interacts, then it physically causes things. Like what is hard about that?
That's not the way I conceptualize time. I don't really
It's the way
understand that
Einstein
view at
and
all.
everyone in physics does.
I'm not sure that's true. Like, why?
Literally.
But can you send me where most physicists say that?
Space-time literally bends. I don't know what like.
No. I've read.
So
yeah. So I'm reading about the philosophy of time. I understand that I understand the sort of the Einsteinian sort of understanding, not very well, but I understand like basic gist, the relativity of space-time. I sort of understand that kind of. But yeah, I mean, that seems to be perfectly consistent with the idea that time doesn't cause things. So I don't really understand what you mean when you say
space and
time
time
causes
literally
things.
bend, and we can literally measure it.
Okay.
That means it must cause things because it's the medium by which. What doesn't like a wave? If there is a wave, like in water, and the wave hits stuff, did the wave knock the ship over? Yes, it did. The wave caused the ship to knock over. So if space and time can bend and create waves, which can be measured by like the LIGO collider, then those waves that we measured and the perturbations in the sensor were caused by time bending.
Yeah, maybe I'd need to think about that, but I still really can't make sense of it much at all. Yeah.
I think
Does everybody else understand?
I mean,
Did the wave knock the ship over? Does that make sense to everybody? Like, Amy, do you get that? Did the wave knock the ship over?
It makes sense to me.
And so if there's a wave in space-time caused by the bending of time and that hits something and that knocks it over, was that caused by time bending? That makes sense to you,
I mean,
Amy?
if you say that
Yes, it does.
Okay, there we go.
It's
yeah, I mean,
too.
If you're saying that sort of time causes something, then obviously time causes something. Like time bends and the bend causes. Like, yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm just having a hard time conceptualizing it. But maybe that's my mistake. But the example I gave was that if you have a random number generator and you go into the future and you find out the random number generator spits out 2, and then you go back in time, it's not a random number generator anymore. And I don't understand that. Like you said,
Yeah,
that
so that would be
time
exactly
causes
like the wave thing. So if time is like B theory or whatever, and there's
Yeah.
each slice of time actually exists, and they're a thing like a wave, and then you go back to a different wave, whatever, and it's always the random number always generates 5. It's going to be caused by time. Time is going to cause that. Time is the causal agent besides those things.
Yeah, I'd suggest you look up the difference between random numbers and stochastic numbers. Stochastic would be something I think you might be able to argue that you'd be able to go back in time and then you'd get a different result.
Yeah, so I mean, I still think that it's a random number generator and that it could spit out anything, right? There's no determining factor that makes it spit out 2. It just happens to spit out 2.
I don't care about the determining factor nonsense. Again, my definition is if it goes back in time, has to be different. That's my definition of the ability to do otherwise. Go back in time, have it do it again, and be a different result. Doesn't not a different
well, it might
result,
be the
not-
same result every single. It might be the same result every single time, but that's a very idiosyncratic understanding of like random and free will.
Right,
I think.
it's because I'm trying to tie in the definition of free will, which is the ability to do otherwise. So yes, it would not. It does not. The analogy does not merge well with random numbers, but that's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, but like you're using these modal notions, and you haven't really explained
No,
what
it
modality.
does not matter. I've literally explained it. Amy, did you understand my argument against free will? Did it make sense to you?
I understand your argument.
Rudolph, did you understand the argument? Did it make sense to you?
Free will doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so I fully
makes
explained
sense
it.
to me.
Fully explained it. Audience understand it. Philosophers understand it. Fully explained.
Yeah, I mean, I look, I understand the intuitive appeal of your argument, but I just don't think it's really going to work against most well-educated theists. I just think that like it's not the necessity comes from the relationship between the two, not
I'm not arguing for a necessity here. So this isn't about a necessity that is the only logically possible way to do things. That's not the argument. The argument is this is the most coherent way
Right, but
to
if
understand the meanings
if
of these
someone has
terms.
the understanding of free will that it is necessary, right? If you do that, free will is that it's not necessary that you do X. You could do not X. Then
Just a quick
your argument has
interruption. Will it get the uneducated theist?
I mean, I guess maybe it can stump some uneducated theists, possibly. I mean, bad arguments can stump.
Well, no.
Yeah,
So
but bad
again,
arguments,
you're not understanding. This is not about good or bad arguments. This is about what is the most plausible understanding of these terms related to the religious beliefs. Is it the super academic modal logic bullshit? Is that the most plausible understanding of what the religious text means? No. Most plausible understanding of what the religious text means is the way I expressed it, which leads to this contradiction. Can you make up a bunch of bullshit philosophical new modalities to try and make a coherent worldview? Maybe, sure, absolutely. Is that the most plausible understanding of the terms given the text? No, it's not. I don't care if you can try to make up an entirely new ontology to make it fit. Don't care. What I care about is what is the most plausible understanding of these terms given the usage of the text, which is not what the philosophers mean.
So now earlier you'd said that. Hang on, sorry. Earlier you'd said that you need to think about what had been said here, and we do have other members of our audience who'd like to join us. I'm wondering if you just want to maybe give up a wrapping up statement, and we can try to bring other people up.
Oh yeah, sorry. I probably spoke too long. Yeah,
you
I
don't
mean, I
have to
guess
apologize. It's just we got to manage the time. That's all. But yeah, we've been talking for quite a while now.
yeah. Okay. No, I mean, I think I'm fine. I think I've said all I need to, so I'll pass it off to someone else.
Well, thank you. We look forward to talking with you again. Welcome, mathematician. How are you today? Thank you for joining us. It looks like you're muted right now. Mathematician, can you...
He was also server muted. I had to unserver mute him.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't see it. You beat me to
What's
it.
up,
Thank you.
Doorknob Head?
Mathematician, try clicking your
Robert.
microphone button. There we go.
And Victoria.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I need to figure out where I am on this Discord ad now.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking a little close to your mic.
And nerdy. And
Otherwise your voice is
I
coming
couldn't find
through.
my mic. Hold on.
What's up, Singular Pagan Mom?
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of improvement. Yes. So
Okay.
how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I just want to say you guys do a great job, like moderating and just engaging with your audience. I just want to say with that last conversation, I know a bit. I know a bit of mathematics. Like I've dug a little bit into like the probabilistic method before, but I've never really understood modal logic. Like that's never been a part of my studies. So like, I'm just wondering, is it even worth it? And like, cause like this guy kept saying, I heard you say, T-Jump, like you asked him, if you go back in time, is it possible that you could have chosen a different option? And he literally answered, no, because I think of his like religious maybe dogma or something, I don't know. But like he claims to say that he believes in libertarian free will at the same time, which is kind of strange. But anyways, like is modal logic, because he kept appealing to, well, what about this modality? Is modal logic worth my time?
Not exactly. So modal logic is going beyond like true and false and going to what's possible. So it's like saying it's possible. There's a possible world where there's flying pink elephants. That's modality. It's a possible world semantics. Modal logic, possible worlds. Possible just means no logical contradiction, ways to imagine things, always things could logically be. It's completely a waste of time unless you're doing deep philosophy. But I don't think he's a theist at all. I think he's purely interested in deep philosophical rhetoric. He's not actually a theist and doesn't actually believe in libertarian free will. He's just interested in bringing up deep philosophical critiques of my debates with theists. So I don't think he's I don't think he believes in libertarian free will. I don't think he's a theist.
Mistake. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's a deist, which is, the lightest version. We're on the rope.
Okay, so I guess my next question is then, what do you think about people who claim to be agnostic atheists versus people who claim to be agnostic theists?
I don't have an opinion. Like, you can call yourself whatever you want. I think it's just dependent on what you think those words mean and what they mean to you in philosophy.
I think that characterizing that as a claim is putting a high expectation on people, like that I think most of the time isn't necessary. Like when somebody tells me that they're a Christian, normally I'll just believe them because most people are telling the truth about who they are. Now if they're dressed up in some traditional Muslim clothing, of course I'm going to have doubts about what they say for obvious reasons, and in which case I'd be warranted in asking, are you just kidding? But in most cases, people tell me they're part of a particular religion, I'll believe them. And just like when somebody tells me they're agnostic, I believe them. They don't know whether deities are real, or they say they're an atheist. They don't believe a deity is real, and I'm in both of those camps. So I think it's good if we generally take people at their word for things that are very simple, very obvious, and very common. Like if somebody tells me that at their home they have a cat or they have a dog or they have a window that they think they've left open, I tend to believe them because these are very normal, common things that people do or people have. And so where to say that something is a claim and apply a burden of proof is where something is a little bit more unusual, like somebody telling me, for example, that they drove their car down the street at 180 kilometers per hour and the police didn't see them and yet they passed them and all this kind of stuff. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, that's a claim that you're going to have to back up now because there's some more circumstances there. So I think you got to, I would recommend, consider, is it really worth it to pursue and say you're making a claim, you have to prove it? Part of human interactions is that we're selective about what we're going to believe and what we're going to question. And if we question absolutely everything, it's going to be very, very difficult to have a normal conversation. I hope this is helpful.
Yeah, I guess so. So I guess my follow-up question then is like, for me, I'm trying to understand the differentiation between agnostic theism and agnostic atheism, because like the underlying I guess the underlying similarity is that they're both agnostic. They're both willing to say like, I don't know, in that sense. When it comes to
okay. All right. So what happens? There's some people who add a lot of confusion into this, and it's really unnecessary. It's very simple. If you're agnostic, you're basically saying, I don't know whether a deity exists, or some agnostics are even saying it's not possible to know whether a deity is real. I'm using exists and real interchangeably here, by the way. But as an atheist, I don't believe. I'm also agnostic because I don't know whether a deity actually exists. Now, there are certain deities who there's contradictions in their definitions. I can just discard those as obviously they're nonsense. But in a general sense, I could say I don't know because I don't have enough information to be able to go to every part of every corner of our every section of our cosmos and rule out that there's no deity. I don't even have the tools for that as far as I know. So that's why I'm agnostic. Now, I have a friend who is a Christian, and he tells me he believes in God, but he doesn't know for certain that his God exists. So he is definitely a theist because he believes, and he's also agnostic because he doesn't know. There's no contradiction on this.
I think so. His question was, what's the difference between an agnostic theist and an agnostic atheist? So neither the atheist doesn't know, the theist doesn't know. They can still have different like percentages of certainty. So like you can be 60% sure there is no God, but not know. And the theist can be 60% sure there is a God and not know. And you could be agnostic atheist with 60% and an agnostic theist with 60% towards God. And so simply saying you're agnostic doesn't tell you what your percentage level is of how confident you are.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
if you want
what's weird is like, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, if somebody wants to be more nuanced, definitely they can put a percentage on it. That's fine. Generally, if somebody just says they're agnostic, usually you can just assume they don't know.
And it's a separation out from just belief and knowledge. We are agnostic about something. We have a belief, but we don't have 100%. And so it's really just if someone were to hold a gun to your head and you were to say, hey, do you believe or not believe in a God? That would be your answer. I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe in a God.
See, I hate to play these like semantical games, but like I keep getting questioned on it and I keep trying to figure out if I have the right understanding of this. So I've always identified as, for at least for the last couple of years, an agnostic atheist. But the fact that there exists an agnostic theist, I've met a couple agnostic theists on Discord, and the fact that they exist as an ideology makes me wonder, like, hey, am I biased by saying I'm an agnostic atheist when in reality I was told that atheism simply is the lack of belief. Like I actually don't want to make an assessment of 60% either way, because I feel like that would be intellectually dishonest for me, just for me. So, but I'm trying to find the right category that I fit in, and people keep pointing me the wrong way. So I'm just
What
wondering
is your percentage?
You've got the right category. You're running into people who are trying to change the control and change the narrative, and I just reject them because I run into these people as well. Fortunately, they're in the majority, in the minority, and you can just safely ignore. I think you've categorized yourself correctly. It's where I fit on the spectrums as well, if you want to look at it as spectrums.
And I find
What is your position?
Oh no,
So
continue.
so could you tell us what is your position? Like what percentage would you put one way or the other?
Well, so technically, I guess I would say it's impossible to know the answer to that question.
Like would you say it's 50-50?
He just said he doesn't.
In the sense that I have equal weight as like, because I have zero information about like which one is correct. So yeah, I would say 50-50 would make the most sense. But like, I'm not making the assessment that the actual probability or the actual like chance is 50%, because I'm just saying that out of ignorance.
Then
You're
yeah, I don't see
undecided.
why you would call yourself an agnostic atheist. You could just call yourself an agnostic and leave out the atheist term.
That's what I've always wondered. But then people tell me, well, you're also an atheist, because I do lack the belief in a God.
Sure, that's fine. That's just a different definition of atheism. But if you don't have a position,
Yeah, which one
whether
is
or
the
not-
right one? I'm trying to figure
There
that out, I
isn't.
guess.
There isn't a right one. It's however you identify the usage of the word. So there are many atheists who have a lack theist definition, and some who have a positive disbelief position. It's whichever one you think the word most accurately means.
So I think
Yeah,
Rando. I can't see the rest. I can't see the rest of your name, Rando. All I see is Rando.
Randolph Richardson. So
Randolph,
yeah, so atheism broadly and commonly is just not believing in deities, or some people say lack of belief or absence of belief. It's all the same thing. Now there are many atheists who do hold a position that there are no deities, and they're I guess you could say they're more committed to this idea, and that's fine. There are different ways that people use the terms. Now, if somebody's not being specific about how they're using the term, then assuming the baseline is that they don't believe is correct. It's true of people who hold the position there are no deities as a matter of consequence, and it's true of the people who don't hold that position that just simply don't believe. So again, there are people out there who are trying to dissociate and say that, oh, if you only don't believe, you're not an atheist. That just doesn't make sense. So
yeah, it feels like someone's trying to muddy the waters, and I guess I'm trying to figure out why that is. Because it feels like now I'm being intellectually dishonest by calling myself an agnostic atheist, when in reality I don't think I am.
No. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to take on a burden of proof, even though you're not doing that. And I think you're right to stand where you are and just say, look, I'm not decided. And when somebody says you have to put a percentage on it, or when they're saying you have to take a position, no, we don't. If we look at, I think it was Aristotle who says it's the mark of an enlightened mind to be able to consider an idea without accepting it. I agree with that concept, because there's many times we go through life and there's all kinds of things that we observe, but we don't pass a judgment on it. So this is just something naturally that we do. And why should it be any different for deities? Right.
And you get flack from two different camps for being an agnostic atheist. And that is, I would say, the agnostic purists, the people that say, listen, there is a third position to what I think is a dichotomy, and you can't be, an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist. The other comes from Gnostic theists. I find that is actually a more common position. And these are the people that will go, I know Jesus is God 100%. I know him 110%. You're like, okay, calm down. And so these are the type of people that will say your doubt is not a valid position, and you have to give us a percent or give us something right now. But honestly, doubt is the right thing. When you don't know something, The correct
Right,
answer is
exactly.
I don't know.
I think that's the most intellectually honest position, and that's the one that I hold. I just feel like every time I take a position, people try to play these semantical games with me, but they're all like the people who they're keep in mind, like of course the Gnostic theists, I guess, are gonna play these stupid games. I've seen those games before, but like what's annoying is it feels like there's some sort of internal contradiction that's being like perpetuated for some reason to like muddy the waters and make it seem as though an agnostic atheist is not necessarily neutral.
That's exactly.
I would agree. I would probably agree with that. I'd say if you're an agnostic atheist, you're probably not neutral. You're probably leaning somewhat like 51%, 52%, 60% towards the atheist position rather than the theist position. If you're exactly 50-50, you probably wouldn't label yourself an agnostic atheist. You'd probably say you're just agnostic.
But like the intellectually honest position, I think, right, is that, you know, there's no like tool that we can use to measure these like percentages accurately, right?
Sure there is. Sure there is.
What tool is that?
Well, you can use induction. So like, what is the fundamental nature of reality as far as we can tell? Consciousness doesn't go lower than like advanced biology. And so to the idea that there is a consciousness at the fundamental nature of reality is very implausible. And so you'd say it's more likely there is no God. And so you can get 99% of the way. Yeah, there's probably no God. That's where I am, is where I'm in the 90s.
I think you misunderstood the question. Or maybe I didn't communicate well. So like when I'm trying to evaluate the percentage of whether or not God exists, I first ask the question, what do we mean by God? And then my second question is like, is that the correct definition, or is that the definition that like everyone agrees on that we are using to answer this question about what the probability is? Like I feel like we gotta start from the ground that like what is God? Is he, because if he's omnipotent, right, then can he make a rock that not even he can move or whatever, right?
You can
Like
have
it's just like
different,
this.
you can have different positions, and some Christians do, for instance, and that are respective to particular definitions. So you could be like a global atheist or a global agnostic or whatever, or you could have a particular kind of atheism about a particular god. So, for example, you don't believe Zeus exists, probably. You probably say you're like a Zeus atheist, even though you have just as little epistemic access to Zeus existing than you do to some undefined god type. However, you're probably going to be more agnostic about some undefined god type than you would about the specific Zeus, because it seems like the Zeus hypothesis, there's going to be more evidence against it than just some possible god. So it's okay to like to sort of nuance your position. The word atheist was originally applied to the Christians by the Romans to say that they didn't believe in the Roman gods. That's what the word was used for. It's not that it always means either theist or non-theist. It's just a lack of belief with respect to a particular definition of God. So you can be a theist or non-theist or agnostic with respect to any particular version of God.
Okay, that makes sense. So now I have a follow-up question then, because like I would say I'm atheist to the Christian God, well, like wholeheartedly, right?
Yeah.
But that's because like I'm very skeptical of the many contradictions within that specific religion.
Yeah, that's common belief. Like a lot of people
but like
are.
I might be agnostic, maybe towards pantheism, because like I really wouldn't understand, you know, the inconsistencies with saying that the universe is God, other than like
it's not theism.
the explanatory power of it.
Pantheism isn't like, it doesn't really meet the definitions of theism because there's no like person. It's just calling the universe God. So I think the minimal
Right, that's like that's kind of how I see it too, I guess. Let me think of it. Maybe I can think of a better example.
Deism is like the minimal theism, I think, because it's still some like person being claimed exists, and that analogical person, whatever they minimally want to define it, is something that you could be less skeptical about than a specific God. I agree.
So like, are you saying that if you believe like a rock is a god, like then you're not a theist?
No.
Not by the
So-
typical definition of theist. You would not be a theist. Like Christians wouldn't call you a theist.
I think
Muslims
rocks are
wouldn't call you a
irrelevant.
theist.
Yeah, rocks are irrelevant to the question of God. The point is, when you say I am an atheist or a theist or agnostic with respect to a particular kind of God, you're just making a statement about that particular kind, and it's fine to give different answers to different definitions of God.
Yeah, that's very useful and productive, I think, because then I feel like I can make a very clear distinction of where I am on the spectrum when it comes to each specific god.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're in good company. A lot of people say exactly that. They say they're hard atheists with respect to the contradictory omni properties of particular omni gods, but they are just agnostic about some possible like minimal deist god or something like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Abrahamic gods do not exist. I think there's good evidence in that direction. But, maybe the god on another planet out there in another galaxy has the right one. We don't even know about it.
Yeah, that would suck, wouldn't it?
It very much would.
Why? Maybe it's a good god on another planet.
Well, that's the bet, right? You'd have to hope it's a good god and not like we put you on Earth just to fuck with you.
In my position is there are
I
no
think
gods.
that would be the first time where Occam's razor would be like a complete failure to me.
Occam's razor has actually failed many times. Like, what causes electricity or lightning? Well, it's actually billions and billions of particles bumping into one another, creating friction and generating energy between the billions of particles. It's not the simplest solution. So Occam's razor isn't always right.
Oh, I understand what you mean by that, but like this one's the one. This is like one of those things that like I really rely on the Occam's razor, like one of my favorite applications, I guess. And it would suck if it failed here.
And Occam's razor is just having the least amount of assumptions. So I would say, I think, therefore I am. That logic seems to work. And then theists add on another presupposition, which would be a god. They would need evidence to justify that presupposition. And when it comes to a very unscientific way of thinking, I think, first of all, X and T-Jump gave very good examples and ways to figure that out. But just to use the very extreme, very layperson's version, if someone's holding a weapon to your head and they say, does a god exist or not? It's just those two questions. I would say a god does not exist, and therefore I am an atheist. But do I know for 100%? I don't. I can't have 100% knowledge of that.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is that like you view it as like a very continuous or a linear, I should say, spectrum, which I think is the way I kind of see it too. Well, that was my only question. I'll let other people speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. Appreciate the time to chat with you. Our next guest is Flying Space Cambodia. Welcome. Thank you for joining.
Oh, thanks. I won't be too long. So I'm going to a neo-pagan meeting type thing soon. So I'm unsure personally of much. I've not looked into it enough. I'm currently studying philosophy. So what questions would you say I should ask them?
Well, the first question is your goal when you go there to learn more about it, to challenge them? What is your stand?
Well, just anyway, I went to a chaplaincy meeting recently, and I was just asking questions. I didn't feel like I got very far. There was a Zen Buddhist guy there, and so I asked him like, how did you get into Zen Buddhism? Was it a personal feeling based sort of belief? Was it that you felt it had a positive sort of utility benefit to you, or did you like somehow logically deduce it? And he was like, I can't explain it to you. We're not on the same framework, and I can't explain it in this context. And then proceeded to not explain it to me anymore.
So the first thing.
Sorry.
Sure. So you're just open-minded. You're just trying to learn.
Yeah.
The first thing I would say is, so I grew up in like an esoteric sort of neo-pagan influenced family. It wasn't just strictly neo-pagan. There was a variety of esoteric stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I also was basically an atheo-pagan. I had some vague beliefs about like meaning or teleology in the universe, but I didn't really ascribe any specific supernatural beliefs. And what you'll find is that a lot of people who are in pagan circles have, just like in other kinds of theism, have a spectrum of belief that they're not all orthodox by one standard. They would
This is what I was going to say. I'm not going to try and predict something before I've been there, but I think it's probably going to be a lot of people saying, I have a feeling of God, but I thought that the Abrahamic faith, so the mainstream Abrahamic faiths, were too socially repressive. I think that's probably going to be a common thing I'll find.
Yeah, so the number one reason that people cite, according to a Christian survey about why people left Christianity, there's about 30% of all people left Christianity because of like repressive social issues. So you're absolutely right that that's the most common reason cited for abandoning Christianity. And so you'll probably hear that a lot. But the point is, amongst pagans, you'll find that a certain percentage of them don't really have any like principled view about the supernatural. They're just atheopagans. Essentially, they really like pagan rituals. They really like pagan culture. They find, as you mentioned, utility, cultural benefit. Like they think that it's like a healthy tradition, even if it's purely metaphorical. And they may be agnostic. They may think it's likely true, or like think it's unlikely to be true. I was one of those people who didn't think it was literally true physically, but I believed that it was a very good cultural tradition and it had a lot of psychological benefit. So to me, like atheopaganism was like a kind of a therapeutic community, in the same way that any like really like nice community tradition can be good. It doesn't depend on the supernatural being literally true. I'm not saying that's the majority. I'm just saying I would look into that view, because if you look at the kind of different views that pagans take, and there's a spectrum, and some of them are anywhere along that view, it'll give you a way of looking at what they're doing and understanding why a lot of people do like paganism without actually believing in the supernatural in a literal sense.
Because I would like to understand sort of the other viewpoint as well, because I know, for example, there's Platonists and people like that. I'm currently reading Plato, and I know that the people developed it into a theological standpoint that was separate from the Abrahamic religions, right?
You mean Neoplatonism?
Yeah, and there was sort of writers and that. I think there's some Egyptian ones as well. So I don't know if people there are going to have the same viewpoint. So if I'm questioning it not from necessarily a utility-based standpoint, but from a sort of theological-based standpoint, what do you think would be some good questions to ask?
I would probably ask people like what books they've read and what their kind of thought process is about it, and because it's kind of leaving it open-ended, right? So like in my family, it was like the background of having been Masons, and then they did their own research and decided to start their own thing that was independent of Masonry, because there was like fairly sexist, like restrictive aspects to Masonry. It was mostly a men's club and so on. So they're going to have a story like that. And then, if you talk to them about what they've read, they'll tell you their opinions on it. But yeah, I would keep an open mind as to like the sort of strains of atheopaganism. Because I think if you scratch a lot of pagans hard enough on their beliefs, a lot of them will fall back on just some kind of atheopaganism, but they really like acting as though gods exist, because it's like a really psychologically enjoyable tradition to them, basically.
I'm just wondering, have you heard of any arguments? Because I know, for example, a lot of the Christian arguments won't use, I'll use the monotheistic sort of Abrahamic religions, won't use that sort of definition. They'll have proper arguments, if you want to call it that. They'll have.
There are arguments. I would, if you want to see like a YouTuber who makes the arguments for paganism in a reconstructionist sense, check out Ocean the Wizard. He's a YouTuber and a frequent community member in these circles, and I think he has amazing scholarship in his videos as far as researching and explaining multiple positions. He doesn't just take his stance and say, this is the correct one, everyone else is like a false pagan or something. He gives a pretty good view of the spectrum of belief. He falls on the reconstructionist side, which is he personally practices trying to reconstruct one specific version of Norse heathenry. But he talks about other perspectives on paganism. And sometimes we argue lightly about atheopaganism and whether it's quote unquote real paganism, because I think some pagans are offended by atheopaganism when it's actually explained to them. They think it's like pretending or making fun of actual pagans or something, but I don't think that's the case. I think historically, like a good number of people in ancient times didn't really hold superstitious religious views as far as the supernatural, but they did just like believe that honoring the gods and the culture of the pagan gods was like a good thing for like social cultural reasons. It certainly Plato was like that. Like Plato's views on the gods are basically
Yeah, there's a lot
it's a
of
noble lie.
I've
Like,
read
he just-
a bit about Socrates, and there's a part where they go past this river or whatever, and he's like, "Oh well, I don't actually think the god created this river. I think it's a story." And he like that. He
Yeah.
describes that. Yeah, but I know
'cause, like,
Plato was religious. He had he wants to ban parts of the Iliad because he thinks the content of God isn't portrayed properly. And but I think
he had it.
yeah.
He had like a Pythagorean view of like God as like a perfection, like a mathematical lawgiver, and his views are explained in the Timaeus, where he gives like his version of the creation story, which
Yeah.
influenced probably the Torah and other religious traditions, because the Torah most closely matches Plato's Timaeus more than any other creation myth, even though it has elements of Near Eastern religion in it. So
I
yeah,
know
a
there's
lot
a lot of connection to the Near East. Mithras is the big one.
I don't think there's a single big one. Like there's a lot of Mithraism. There's a lot of
I mean Mithras was big in a lot of the Zoroastrian areas and came across and spread across through the empire.
Sure.
T-Jump, have you got anything to add? Or has anybody else got anything to add that you might think is necessary?
I would need to know like your purpose. What was the purpose?
I just want to try and find out like I mean, obviously I can ask about if anybody has like a utility benefit, but I also want to ask if anybody has any sort of arguments for neo-paganism. Not from this chat. I mean, when I go there, what would you ask if you were there?
Very specifically, you need to ask them why goth chicks are so hot, and also guys.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't ask them any questions about arguments because that's usually not their thing, unless it's specifically a community where they're wanting to debate. The pagans don't usually debate for arguments and stuff, so I would probably avoid that. They would probably not enjoy that conversation.
I need to try and find them the neo-pagan debate community.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll be very popular.
Yep. Ocean
right.
hosts a Discord that they do that.
Thanks for speaking or whatever.
Yep.
See you.
Thank you for joining us. Our next guest is Tommy Parkey, and then Piper after that. Tommy Parkey, UTTP, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I fixed something.
What's up, Azo? Woohoo!
Okay,
All right, we
we're
can
on to
start
the
now.
next one here. Hello, Piper. I know Piper from Clubhouse, actually. How are you doing today? Your microphone seems to be muted at the moment.
Clubhouse died, so a lot of people are here now because they're refugees from the Clubhouse apocalypse.
That is correct. And yeah, Clubhouse, the reason Clubhouse died off is because they did an update to their app about a month ago. And now finding everybody you were connected with and finding the common places for conversations that they called rooms were, it was impossible to find them. I spent 45 minutes one day, like I'm on the road driving, and I used Clubhouse and chatted with people, and it was very bad because I couldn't find people, and then I meet a few new people, but all you see are like 95% of the rooms are with the topic that people are having complaints about the new interface. It's as if they didn't test it at all. It was a disaster, and Clubhouse has not fixed it since. I sent them a message, even on Twitter, and nothing. They just don't seem to care. So if they don't care, nobody else does either, and people have moved on. And I think Discord is reaping the benefits of their screw up.
I want to tell all of our refugees from Clubhouse that we do have your rations of memes above and below, so please go find them.
Hey, Piper, I just noticed some kind of server mute thing for you. I've turned that off. Maybe you're able to chat now?
Thank you.
Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't showing for me at first, but a second try and then it showed. So welcome. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Great to hear your voice. What have you got for us today?
Yeah, I mean, I have some problems I'd like to voice with T-Jump's use of the Cogito. That's all right.
Please do. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so in response to objections, he said that for him, the Cogito is not an argument, so the therefore doesn't really matter. All it really does is describe that there's some thinking or some experience going on. Is that right? Is he there?
T-Jump, you're muted. Or
What?
maybe he stepped away. There we go. My Piper's asking you about something that you'd said earlier.
What?
Yeah, so for you, the Cogito is just a description of some experience that's happening, right?
Sure. That's how I use it to describe the experience.
Right, so it's not an argument, right? You said that in the past.
The point of it isn't the argument.
Well, the point of it isn't the argument. Are you making an argument or you're not making an argument with it?
Well, clearly, I'm making an argument
Okay, so what's the argument supposed to be?
that you can know you exist without presupposing logic or something like that. I don't remember the context.
I mean, the only reason I bring this up is because when people try to object to the inference that you're making, you say, well, I'm not really making an inference. I'm just describing the fact that I have an experience.
The objection to the cogito is that you need to use the premises to get to the knowledge of the conclusion. And so if you're using premise one, I have some experience, I think. Premise two, in order to think, you must exist. Conclusion, you exist. And if you use that inference to get to the knowledge you exist, then it presupposes like standard logic because you need the first two premises to get to the conclusion. So if you gain knowledge via using the premises to get to the conclusion, then you're presupposing logic. But if you're not using the inferences of the like premise one, premise two, then you don't need any of that garbage. You can use the argument, I think therefore I am, in order to describe the fact that you're having an experience and gain knowledge via this fact you're having an experience without actually using the premise one, premise two to get to the conclusion.
So it's an argument without an inference?
No. It's an argument that represents the fact that you have experience. The argument is just a sentence to describe the fact you have an experience.
Yeah, so and I was right before when I said that it's just a description of some experience going on.
I use it to describe the fact that you have an experience.
Right. So then it's just like, I mean, maybe I'll just ask, how is it supposed to be something more than just an assertion that there is some experience going on?
What? So it's not an assertion, it's a description. So you're not asserting anything. Like I experience, great. So you can know you exist.
The sort of point with the cogito, as far as I understand, is that you're trying to like demonstrate some foundation for knowledge, right?
To yourself, yeah.
That's fine. But like so you're demonstrating it to yourself. But if all you're doing is just saying there is experience, that's not like a demonstration of anything. Right?
That's a foundation for you to build off knowledge, yeah.
I'm saying it's not a foundation because it's just an assertion.
No, again, so you're not when you're talking to yourself, you're not asserting you have experience. You're literally experiencing. There's no assertion there. You're just describing the fact that you're literally having an experience.
Yeah, but
Assertions are what you give to somebody else.
no. Look, so the
Yes.
point is the point that Descartes is trying to make, or I guess the point that you're trying to make, because people bring up Descartes, you say, well, I don't really care what Descartes said. I'm saying what I'm saying, which is fine. Okay. But it seems to me that the point you're trying to make is similar to what the point that Descartes was trying to make. That he could prove to himself that there was something that he couldn't be wrong about, right?
Sure.
Right. And so if there's no actual proof there, it's just saying something like I have experience, then it's like doesn't have the value it's purported to have, right?
No. So if you have experience, you must exist. So you know you exist. So the experience is the first part.
So the experience is the first part.
Yeah. So like if you're trying to know something, you can know you exist. Now, if you're trying to build a foundation of knowledge, that's a good foundation to build off of.
Right, but you don't want to say there's an inference from that to I exist.
Well, that's a different conversation. So there's two different or multiple different usages of how I use the Kagito. The first one is like, can you know something without God? Yes, I can know I exist whether there's a God. So that's presup is debunked. How do I get from my existence to like the external world? That's another context where it's like
No, I'm
there's
not
some
talking
difference
about the
between-
external world. I'm talking about your existence, right? You're saying you start with I have an experience, and then
Yep.
you're saying you infer to I exist from I have the experience.
Sure. So it's not possible for me to have an experience and not exist. Therefore, I exist.
All right, so that will require that there's an inference, right?
The sentence does, my existence does not.
Okay, I'm not asking about your existence. This is epistemic, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
if that requires an inference, then the stuff about logic is you're gonna be open to that stuff. The accusation that
Sure.
you have to presuppose logic.
Sure, but the inferences are irrelevant to my existence. I already exist, and I can't be wrong about
Yeah,
that.
but
So
we're talking about epistemology. We're not talking about ontology.
I have no idea what your objection is because there's lots of context this is used, and you haven't clarified anything about what you're saying, and you've brought up no criticisms of anything I've said. So you haven't clarified anything of what you
Seems
said.
like it just seems like I've been talking to you for like over 5 minutes, and now you're just shutting down and saying you didn't say anything.
You haven't said anything. What's your objection? You said nothing. You've just been
Yeah, I
asking
mean,
questions.
I'll
with
repeat
no-
myself. Maybe you'll sort of understand it this time, right? So the idea here is you just said that you're making an inference, right? I have an experience. From that, I can infer that I exist, right? Given some logical
Sure.
principle, right?
Sure.
Before you said you're trying to duck the accusation that you're relying on some logical principles. But if you say that you're doing an inference, then it's going to be true that
Yes,
you're
my
relying on some
experience does not presuppose any logical principles. My experience is a thing that exists.
That's
So it doesn't presuppose
ontological.
anything.
We're talking about epistemology.
Right. So that was your original question, dumbass. That's in that context
Dumbass,
of that
I wasn't talking
conversation.
about ontology.
Goodbye. Goodbye. You're done. So in the context of the conversation of the Cogito related to not starting with any inferences, it's just the fact that I exist, my experience does not take any inferences. It is a thing. It exists. From that thing that exists, I can then build and use inferences to gain knowledge and logic and stuff. But the thing I start with is the experience, which has zero inferences, zero logic. So the point of starting with the Cogito is that, yes, I definitely use inferences after I start with the fact that I exist, with is my experience. But the experience itself takes zero inferences. Anyway, let's move on to the next guy. Not a troll.
If anyone has evidence for God, come on down.
Yeah, I actually I don't characterize Piper as a troll because I know him I know her on Clubhouse. Actually, a lot of people challenging Piper just the way I hear people challenging you, T-Jump. So I'm actually kind of surprised that you two clashed here. I was kind of thinking there would be a great conversation. So.
They were just bringing up a pointless semantic criticism that was completely irrelevant based on how I use the cogito. Like I use it in many different contexts, and so they'd have to clarify which one they're going for. And so the context that has no inferences is the one that my existence doesn't presuppose anything. There are no inferences for my existence. It's a thing that exists. Then from that, I can then use inferences to gain knowledge. But the existence itself isn't an inference.
Okay, yeah, this is an area that I am not versed on, that I have to learn more on, and it doesn't matter how much time do I have in a day, it is on my list. So yeah, thank you for clarifying that. For people who were finding that you're server muted, some people have sent me some private messages to let me know what's been going on, is that they've been getting server muted by Darth Dawkins. And apparently somehow he got some moderator. He somehow got moderator powers in this Discord group, and has been abusing them to not just mute people when he's having conversations, but he does a whole server mute on them. So Taco, maybe we can talk with the administrator. Maybe we can. Well, Taco. So Taco, maybe we can, talk with the administrators about this later. Just let them know that's going on. I see that we have somebody who we spoke with earlier who wants to come up. So let's bring this gentleman back up. Thank you again, T-Jump, for explaining that.
You're probably undoing server mutes, and so I'd just be careful with that.
What?
Well, yeah, people coming up on the stage, and we had the thing is, the comments that I'm getting are people saying that these are all done by Darth Dawkins, so they're glad we're undoing those.
Yeah, pre-subs don't like people asking questions back. They like asking questions, but only one way.
Oh, hello. Can you guys hear me?
I've been trying to bring up why is it wrong to eat puppies? There we go. It's good to see you again. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, no, no one else had their hand up, so I thought I'd ask another quick question. It's about the model of morality that T-Jump has. Can you sort of explicate what you mean by a justified immoral action?
Something you do that's immoral, but it's the least immoral action you can do at the time.
And what does it mean
The one
to
to
say
save 5.
So I'm pretty sure
What's
this
it
is
mean to say it's the
agnostic.
least immoral? That it
So
leads
no
to like
evidence for
the
God.
least imposition of will or something?
That you can accomplish given your physical limitations.
Okay, so something is an immoral action when it's imposition of will, but it's a justified immoral action when it leads to less imposition of will overall. Is that correct?
Sort of.
Where did I go wrong, or do I need to add something?
Well, so if you have only options that lead to imposition of will, so everything you can do is going to lead to imposition of will, but one option will lead to less imposition than other options, then it's justified. If you have the option to not do any, then it wouldn't be a justified immoral action.
Okay, so if I like see someone like raping somebody else, and the only way I can stop them is by shooting the rapist.
Yep.
Would shooting the rapist be a greater imposition of will than like rape? Like, let's say the person being raped like doesn't like it, but I'd need to know how badly they don't like it, because let's say the only way of stopping the rapist is by shooting them. That seems to be like a greater imposition of will. So in that case, it would be immoral to like shoot the person.
Probably. So like if you're going to kill them, like there's usually other options than literally killing them.
No, but I built into the hypothetical that the only way of preventing it is by shooting them. So it would be immoral.
So yeah, if you're literally the only way to stop someone from being raped is to literally murder another person, then yeah, it's debatable whether or not you should do that. Usually there's other options.
Right. What if like, I mean, it just seems weird, right? Because you would have to know how badly like someone doesn't like it when they're being raped to know.
No, in
because
pragmatic situations like that, you
Holy
could just
moly.
leave it up to The
No, but
general consensus on the rule. You don't need to know their
like
exact psychology. Irrelevant.
if the rapist is like super sensitive and they like really, really hate like being touched, right? And then they're raping somebody, then you would have to like
No, we
if
just
you know
evaluate
that
everyone
they're really-
individually as equal, and so it wouldn't make a difference there. So you wouldn't have to know anything about their psychology.
But everyone isn't equal.
Don't care. In pragmatic worlds, it doesn't make a difference. So if we're talking about the best of all
Pragmatic
possible worlds, where we can know,
I don't know
Make
what
morality
I don't
so
know what you mean
hard.
by pragmatic
It's
worlds, but
really
I'm just
not.
saying like if I push somebody, right? Like that's an imposition of will, possibly. But someone might consider that a greater imposition than other people, right? If I push Arnold
yeah,
Schwarzenegger,
I don't care. So we can just leave that up to the law. The law can take care of the pragmatic world. So we don't need to know their psychological states in our pragmatic world to make pragmatic decisions. So if you're making an analogy of what we should pragmatically do, like pushing people or saving people from rape or whatever, that would be assessed in our pragmatic world, which we just assess everyone equally, having equal rights, and use it that way. We don't need to know the psychology. The only reason we need to know literally their psychology would be as if we were in literally the best of all possible worlds and could do anything, and then we would start to assess.
No, I don't care about
psychologically.
like I don't care about like this pragmatic stuff. I'm just saying like
You do, you
I'm
just don't
building-
realize it. So if you're making
what
comparisons, like if we push somebody, you're not in the best of all possible worlds because it's not even possible in the best of all possible worlds. You're in the
I'm not
pragmatic
talking about
world.
the best of all possible worlds. I don't care
Clearly.
about this possible
Clearly.
world.
So well, you are, because you keep asking about my morality. So in my morality, this would be assessed. Is this in the best of all possible worlds, or is this a pragmatic world? Clearly it's pragmatic, and so you would assess it with pragmatic limitations.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about a specific world that I'm talking about. I'm asking you what
Which is
your
a
moral view
pragmatically
talks
limited
about.
world. So
Whether it's pragmatically limited or not, like who cares, right? It doesn't matter. I'm just
it's
saying
literally contingent to the answer to the question. It's literally the core of the answer to the question. You're just saying you don't care. Well, okay, then just don't ask the question.
No, I don't care whether you call it like, oh, this is a pragmatically limited world or not, like whatever.
That's literally entailed in the answer. That is what is required to answer your question given my model. So if you don't care about that, then don't answer the question, because that's part of the answer.
Fine. I mean, I'm just asking if like it just seems weird to say that if you see someone raping somebody else and the only way to prevent it is like shooting them in the leg, let's say, and that's going to cause like more pain and more imposition on the rapist.
That would be
you
100%
then
justified.
shouldn't
You could
shoot
absolutely
them.
shoot them in the leg. 100%. I wholly endorse shooting
Wait,
them in the leg to stop them.
But hold on a second, because I asked you at the start what it means for something to be a justified immoral action, and you said
that would be a
it's
justified immoral action.
Wait, just one sec. You said that it would be a justified immoral action if you can only do sort of two things. The only options are to impose.
In that
on
case, you're doing a moral thing also. So helping the person who's being raped.
No, that's fine. Look, I get that, but the point is that if it's the case that shooting somebody in the leg is causing like a greater imposition than that
Again, we
person
assess that
raping
every
somebody else.
individual is equal in that case, and protecting the morality of the other person is greater morality. So that would be a justified immoral
Why?
action to shoot them, because you'd be doing a moral thing to help the person being raped.
Yeah, but what difference does it make whether they're like
culpability?
I
The
don't
person doing the
understand.
rape is culpable for the immoral action, and so you're literally protecting another person.
What does it matter about protect? Your moral system just says that immoral action is an imposition of will. It doesn't say anything about like protection or anything.
So stopping someone from being raped is a moral action. They want to
No, I
not be
understand.
raped.
I understand that, but if it's a greater imposition of will to shoot somebody in the leg, then it would actually be immoral to shoot that person in the leg.
What? So that part doesn't matter. You're doing a moral action by helping the person, and you're doing an immoral action by shooting them in the leg. But because you're protecting the will of a victim, that's more moral than the consequences to the perpetrator.
What does it matter whether they're the victim or not? Your moral system doesn't say anything about being a victim or not. I mean, if you want to sort of
violation of will. If someone is violating someone else's will without their consent, they're a perpetrator, and you're allowed to stop them by whatever means you can in order to prevent them from being able to restrain other people.
Look, but I asked you at the start what a justified immoral action is, and you said that a justified immoral action is one in which you sort of maximize non-imposition.
If you're given
of will.
only options of doing immoral actions, and you do the least immoral action, but that you're doing a moral action. That's not you're only limited to doing immoral action. You're doing a moral action by saving someone.
I know, but I get that. But
This
I'm
is not
saying
hard.
that
Why is
the
this so hard? For
immoral
you?
action?
Very, very easy. It is justified to stop the rapist by shooting them in the leg. Easy to understand.
No, but no, I don't think that would be true in all cases on your view, right? Because if shooting them in the leg is a greater imposition of will than that person raping the other person, right? Then that would be an immoral
It's
action
not.
to do.
Rape is horribly immoral, and so shooting them in the leg will never be the case. It's never the case
No,
unless the
I
person wants to be
agree.
raped.
No, well, I don't think it would.
Then problem solved. There you go.
No, look, I agree that rape is horrible. I agree that it's immoral, but I'm just saying that on your view, right? I asked you at the
On
start.
my view, it's
whether this-
justified to shoot the person in the leg. Problem solved.
Hold on a second. No, look, hold on a second. If shooting them in the leg, let's say
Shooting them in the leg is not a greater imposition than saving the person from rape. Problem solved.
No, but what if it is?
It's not. Problem solved.
Wait, what if? Wait, imposition of will. You just mean sort of like how much they don't like it, right?
No. Whether you don't care what you like.
What? But
the
will is a
amount
subjective
you like it is
reason.
again. Everyone is measured as equal, so you equally have rights over yourself as someone else. Whether you like it, I don't care.
Wait, so if I like punch somebody, that's equal? That's like the same imposition of will as if I punch like Arnold Schwarzenegger and I punch a baby. Like that's the same imposition of will?
Possibly.
What? So
Like,
if I
unless they want to be punched.
if I punch a bodybuilder in the calf, right? That's the same amount of imposition of will as if I
He
punch a
said
baby in the
calf,
calf.
but it could have went
Again, you're
anywhere.
confusing pragmatic limitations to objective morality. So if
I'm just
they want to
asking
be
you a
punched, it's
question.
moral. If they don't want to be punched, it's
No,
immoral.
I'm not asking you about
and if you cause permanent damage, that's other things they also don't want.
I'm just asking if I punch.
This is not hard. This is not hard. It's justified to shoot the late rapist in the leg. Problem solved.
No, but I'm arguing that on some cases it's not going to be on your view.
On my view, I just gave you the answer 100% of the time. It's justified to shoot the rapist in the leg to stop a rape.
No, I agree. I mean, on my view, I think that it'll be
No, I
justified.
just on my view, this is the case. If you disagree, you're wrong. I gave you the answer. Full stop. You're done.
And why is it wrong? Can I ask you, why is it wrong to do that to someone from your moral perspective? Where do morals come from?
I think they're irreducible.
Irreducible? As in, do you mean arbitrary?
No, not arbitrary. I think they're irreducible. So I don't think they can be reduced to sort of like physical stuff, right? Because then there's an open question argument. I don't think like also sort of like even reducing them to sort of some like platonic object is going to be open to the Azor gap. So I think they have to be irreducible.
Sure, but you're kind of telling us also what it's not, as in it can't be irreducible. Well, what is it?
I'm a principled particularist, so I think that there are no non Ketibus paribus moral principles. Like I think that
He just
for any
casted
sort of
a
like
spell.
moral
We all
principle
heard it.
you can find obvious counterexamples like utilitarianism. You can come up with the example of the hospital analogy when there's 5 dying people and you can kill one person to save 5. you know, obviously I still think it's immoral to like kill one person to save 5.
Sure. Well, those are the type of moral conundrums that we try. It's like I normally hear it from like the train track, but
Yeah, right.
but I guess that's fascinating, and that is a moral question that we kind of have to probe. But I'll give you how my answer is. I'll tell you where I think our morals come from. I think morals, I'm somewhere between. I'm a moral situationalist. I think that it comes from biology and consciousness. And I think those are the things, the players and the moral agents that we're talking about. And before I talk, I could talk forever and ever. But I guess I just want to hand it back over to you. Do you have any type of system? Do you have a way of saying, listen, this is moral, and hey, this is not moral?
Yeah, so I sort of, the way I look at it is I have these considerations that I take in. Like, I might say, all things being equal, I want to reduce the amount of pain, right? And then, or I might say, all things being equal, I want to sort of, I don't know, prevent death or something like that. And when I'm given a moral situation, given that I'm a principled particularist, I look at the situation I'm faced with. I think about the goods and the evils in that particular instance, and I think, well, what principles do I care most about in this case, or what do I care most about in this case, and then I act on that. Yeah.
Okay, so reducing amount of pain and preventing death.
No. That's 2 examples, right? I'm sure you can find a counterexample where, you know, a case is moral, or a case where I would say is moral, where it doesn't reduce death and doesn't reduce pain, but it's nonetheless moral. I'm a principle particularist, so there's not going to be like a list of finite principles that you can list for me that determines what's moral or not.
Okay, and can I just get something on the board, which I think is obvious because I don't think you are an atheist, but I just want to get it out there. You do not think any of this comes from another agent?
I think it comes from an agent. I'm a moral subjectivist.
Oh, I
I'm
should
not
say, let me rephrase this. Do you believe...
Do you believe in a god?
Yes, thank you.
No, I don't believe in a god.
Okay, I mean, these are good moral questions. The problem is that atheists are going to have this moral argument for probably a while.
I don't think so. I think there's a very easy answer. Ask, what is the most moral thing to do? Well, create the best of all possible worlds where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consider doing. Problem solved. Here you go. Morality solved. That's it. Is there a more moral thing you can do? No.
I don't think the best of all possible worlds is a coherent notion.
Or is that not coherent? It's perfectly coherent.
Well, on my view, it's more moral for someone, like a world in which somebody is like happy and enjoying their life, that's a more moral world than one in which it's exactly the same, but that person doesn't exist. And so
what?
I
That
think
makes no sense. That was incoherent.
Well, okay, so imagine a world in which the only thing that exists is one single agent and they're really happy, right? Now, imagine another world in which nothing exists. I think that the first world is more moral than the second one.
So do I.
Yeah, okay, so, and I think that a world in which...
you can forget all the possibilities. Just say right now, what is the most moral thing that could happen? All conscious agents that exist would be given their own universe where they couldn't be forced to do anything they don't consent to doing. Problem solved.
No, I don't think that's
well, what's a better moral solution than that?
Well, I think, I mean, I take into considerations like a person's sort of desires as well. So like, I think that it's more moral if someone can impose on somebody else's will, but they choose not to. Like if I can decide to kill somebody and I choose not to, I think that's sort of more moral than if I can't do it at all, you know.
So would a world where some people can and do be more moral than a world where no one can, even if they want to?
I don't know, possibly.
I would say no. I'd say a world where no one can, whether or not they want to, without restricting people's consciousness, is a better world than one where we have to restrict everyone's consciousness or get rid of their desires so they don't want to hurt anybody.
Why?
Because literally manipulating their minds would be immoral.
No, I'm saying that why do you think that a world in which imposition of will, you can't impose on somebody's will, is better than some world in which you can, but they choose not to?
Because there are people who want to impose on other people's will. So in order to achieve that world, you'd have to kill them or erase their brains or something, which would be immoral. So the most moral thing wouldn't be to erase their brains or delete them. It'd be to allow them to continue to be who they are, but limit it such that they can't harm other people. That would be less immoral than deleting them or killing them.
Right, but okay, so wait, Amy, I just want to sort of explain why I think the best of all possible worlds is incoherent for you. So I think that a world in which there's two agents who are happy, right, is better than a world in which there's only one agent who is happy. You sort of understand that notion?
Well, I'll tell you why I'm going to have a hard time, why I don't normally argue with him on this. I'm somewhere in the middle. I think there are things that are objective, and then I think because the notion is about agents, there are going to be things that are subjective. And I think it's hard when you're saying the difference between one agent and two agents, because I think morality can only...
Whether it's subjective or not is irrelevant. I'm just saying...
But I think it stems very specifically when two agents exist. And I think just like asking, well, what does evolution mean without life? Well, to me, it's incoherent to ask what is moral if there's one agent. Because if there's just one agent, there is no social interactions, and thus there are no people to play the game.
To say there's 10.
10 compared to what?
Well, I mean, presumably you would think that, like, a world in which there's no life is worse than a world in which there's one agent in horrible pain, right? Like, I mean, I like...
Sure, if it's just constant pain. But
I'm
hoping that's not our world. Yeah, I'm hoping that's not the world. And it's not the world we live in.
A world with nothing would be amoral. A world with a person in constant suffering would be immoral.
And that would be worse than a world in which there's no conscious life, right?
Yeah, that would be amoral. There'd be nothing.
Yeah, so a world in which there's one being in constant suffering is worse than a world in which there's no...
Right, because that'd be presumably the person doesn't want to suffer, so that would be immoral.
Right. And the reason why I think that the worst of all possible worlds is incoherent and the best of all possible worlds is thusly also incoherent is because you can always dream up a world that's worse, right? It's like the highest possible number and the lowest possible number.
No, the numbers don't matter here. It's a set. So the best of all possible worlds is a set of all conscious agents who exist can't be imposed upon, or all conscious agents who exist are in suffering. So it's not the number there is irrelevant. It's a complete set of all conscious agents, whatever that number is.
Then you're committed to...
Go on one more.
So I just want to say, then you're committed to this view that a world in which there's one agent whose will is never imposed upon is the best of all possible worlds, as well as the world in which there's an infinite number of agents who are all
it's a set. Literally, that's what set means. A set means all agents So this
Yeah,
the
but
best
it
of all
seems
possible worlds applies
obvious
to
that
all agents who exist, which I don't care about possible worlds here. Modality is irrelevant. This applies to our world. All agents who
look,
exist.
look, it doesn't. Look, I'm saying that it seems obvious that the world in which there's more agents who are happy is better than a world in which there's less agents who are happy. Like, I think that most people, when you ask them, what do you think is a better world?
Those
A
would
world in
both be the
which
best of all possible
there's
worlds. They're in the same
I
class because the
understand that's
class
your
is
view. I
irrelevant to the
understand
number
that's
of
your view.
people.
I understand that's your view. I'm just saying that when you ask most people, what do you think is a better world? One in which there's one agent who's always happy, and one in which there's 10 agents who are always happy. They're probably going to say, well, the one in which 10 agents is better. And so
Sure, because they presuppose the number of agents. The number of agents is irrelevant here. Those are both coherent. Those are both
Right, I'm
those
just
both conform with the best of all possible worlds. There's no
I'm just
disagreement there.
saying
There's
that's
no
very
criticism of a model.
idiosyncratic. I'm
There's
just saying
nothing
that
idiosyncratic. There's nothing about that's idiosyncratic. Nothing. Zero. Nothing about that's idiosyncratic.
well,
The
the
best of all
reason I'm
possible
saying
applies to all agents who exist in the system, whether that's 10 or 50 or 100, doesn't make a difference. So it's applying
know,
to
but
all who exist in the system.
I know, but I'm saying that I think that most people are going to say that World 2 is better than World 1 because there's more agents who are
Again, that's
happy.
not a criticism. That's not a there's nothing
No,
idiosyncratic
I
about this. You
understand.
just don't understand the
No,
system. So
No, I do
all
understand that both
you
worlds
don't.
are moral, and it doesn't matter about how many agents there are. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that most people are going to find this very counterintuitive, including
There's
myself.
nothing counterintuitive there. You've said nothing that is counterintuitive about my model at all. Zero
What?
things you have said.
No, I'm saying that. Look, can I just ask you a question? Do you
Sure.
think if you go up to most people, right, and you say, which do you think is a better world? One in which there's one agent who is constantly
Yes,
happy,
and my model
and one.
agrees
Wait,
with that.
hold on,
Yes,
hold
if
on a
there
sec.
are more,
Hold on a second. Look,
let's just skip. If
just
there are 10 agents who are all receiving
can
moral
I finish
things.
my sentence, please?
Because I've already answered this. So
What?
if there's a world with 10
You said
people,
that I could ask you a question.
stop. If there's a world with 10 people who are all getting moral things, and there's a world with one person getting moral things, there are more moral things with the 10 people. That world is better. More moral things. My
You
world
just said
model
it
agrees
wasn't
with this.
better.
No. I just said it was better. What are you talking about?
What?
Obviously, if there's
You
10
said that
people
there's
receiving moral
what?
things, there's more moral actions going on in this world than the first world. They would both
So
be the
that
best of all
world is
possible
better than-
worlds.
So that world is better than the other world in which there's only one
Again,
agent.
better is an ambiguous word that can mean many different things. If by better you mean has more moral actions, the one with 10 clearly has more moral actions. They would both be in the
What's
class of the best
better?
of all possible worlds.
And my plea why would actually be that although maybe we're just doing this because we do need to argue and get a better understanding of morality, I still want to say that you may be closer to a lot of our positions than what I feel is the theistic morality, which is what I'm going to keep on attacking to see if they can come out, which is they call it a objective morality, but ultimately it goes back to this mind thing, this conscious thing that would be ultimately, come back to that word, arbitrary. And so they are selling a false product while we're trying to figure out what it is. So come join our team. The water's fine. You may actually not be too far off, but I would say at least the atheists, the agnostics are trying to figure out what this thing we call morality and ethics is.
Look, my point is just I don't think that the best of all possible worlds is a coherent notion. Because
You've said nothing that shows it's incoherent.
you can always think of one better. You think
that's such a stupid response. Pull your head out of your ass. The best of all possible worlds is a class.
Am I allowed to finish?
No, because what you're saying is so inanely stupid. Like it's baffling how stupid what you're saying is. The best of all possible worlds is the model to create a world such that all conscious agents who exist in that world, none of them can be imposed upon without their consent. This is independent of the number. Infinite, positive, infinite. I don't care. The same rule applies in all cases. The best moral thing to do is create this world where it's impossible for any conscious agents to be forced to do things they don't consent to doing of any number. This includes all the numbers you add. So you're not making an objection. There's no objection to anything you said there.
Yeah,
It's
but
still
you
within the
said,
model of the best of all possible worlds.
but you said that world where there's 10 agents who are happy is better than a world where there's one agent who is happy.
Better
Now,
is an
just
ambiguous
let
word.
me
There are
finish.
more
Just let
moral
me- just
actions
let me-
being
hold
taken
on a
place.
second. Hold on a second. Look.
This is irrelevant. This is, again, your
Hold
inane
on,
stupidity.
Hold on, wait. Look, I let you finish, right? When you cut me off, so just let me finish. So, a world in which there's 10 agents who are constantly happy is better than a world in which there's one agent who is constantly happy, which means, presumably, that a world in which there's 11 agents who are happy is better than a world in which there's only 10 agents who are happy. And it seems like you can constantly say, you can constantly just add the amount of agents there ad infinitum. So there's no quote unquote best of all possible worlds in that sense.
Idiots.
Now, I understand.
Idiots.
Hold on.
They're
hold
all
on
the
a second,
best.
hold
That
on a second,
entire
hold on a-
class. Again,
Hold on a
stop
second. Look,
talking.
I
I've answered this
get
3
what you're
times. I
saying.
will
You're
mute you.
saying they're
I
all
will
the
mute
best.
you.
Hey guys.
Shut up.
Yeah. Maybe, I'm wondering, why is it that quantity is so important? Shouldn't it just be quality? And in which case it shouldn't matter how many agents are involved, right?
So the question here is, this dumbass is conflating the word best and the word better. The word best in this context refers to all conscious agents of any fucking number. It does not matter if you add more. It's still the best. All conscious agents. Best means all conscious agents. That's it. And so he's saying, oh, well, if you just add one, well, that's a better one. It's still the best. This is not hard to understand. The term best of all possible worlds mean all conscious agents who exist in the system. So if you add any number, they all get the same level of freedom. This is what matters, is the level of freedom. They can't be forced to do things they don't consent to doing. However many people you add there makes no difference to the argument, because the relevance is the principle we should be applying to these people to make the world moral. All conscious agents who exist should not be able to be forced to do things they don't consent to doing. That's the moral relevance. The number of people here is irrelevant, because any number of people, they should every single existing conscious agent should be applied the same rule. That's the relevant part. That's what makes it the best. All conscious agents of any number who exist. Adding more makes no difference. Taking away makes no difference. Any number. And he just does not get, because he's trying to hyper focus on this criticism of trying to make a gotcha moment of, oh, well, better, it means more of them. No, because best is a set, an infinite set that applies to all of them, because the relevance isn't the word best, and conflating it with the word better makes no difference. This is a dumbass argument. Only dumbasses who are stupid make this argument.
I agree that the number of them doesn't make it better. And sorry, just a sec. I run into this when I'm debating with theists sometimes, who will say, and I'm not saying you're a theist, but and I'm not saying you're doing this particular argument specifically, but I'm just trying to show a parallel. People, sometimes the theists will say, oh, so this is their god is maximally powerful. And then I'll say, well, how do you rule out the possibility of it being multiple gods and it has to be only one, because they're insisting only one? And their instant reaction is, well, if there's multiple, then they're not all maximally powerful. It's kind of, I'm going in a different direction now. It's like I'm going downwards here a little bit, but I really don't think, I think like Tom Jump's argument just now, like what he's saying makes a lot of sense, because if 1 or 10 or 100 gods or deities are maximally powerful, they're all maximally powerful. They're all equal in power, and it doesn't matter how many there are. You have that maximum stopping point. You can have a bunch of batteries, a bunch of 9-volt batteries, and they all have a maximum output of 9 volts. It doesn't matter if you have 1 of them or 10 of them or 100 of them, as long as they're not connected together. They all have a maximum of 9 volts each, and that's it.
Yeah, the symmetry breaker here is that you're not going to say that one world is sort of like has more volts, so one battery has more volts than the other one, right? Whereas in the best possible world cases, you can say that one world is better than the other, but they're both best of all possible worlds, because the best of all possible worlds refers to the set of all worlds in which there are no agents who are being imposed upon, right? And that seems really strange, right? And I don't know why you server
No, it
muted me.
doesn't.
'Cause
Every
I was-
single philosopher
Look,
understands. Everyone I've talked
I
to, there's
don't know.
nothing strange
I don't
about
know why you. I don't know why you server muted me, because I was going to clarify the point you just made, right? That the best of all possible worlds refers to the set, right? I understand that. So when you server muted me and went on that sort of talk about that, that's what I was going to clarify. So I don't know why you server muted me, because I said, just hold on a second, I'm going to clarify, and you server muted me.
Why are
He
you
said
still talking?
server
Get to the
muted
point,
3
because I'm
times
just going
in
to
a
debunk you
row.
again, because it's all I have to do. Because you keep saying stupid things, I debunk you.
I'm
And you
not
repeat the same
making-
stupid things.
I'm not making an argument that your view is incoherent. I'm making an argument that your view is a little bit strange, because
There's nothing strange about that. What? Go ahead. Try to explain what's strange about that.
And the reason it's strange is that, or at least it sort of clashes with other people's intuitions, is that if you go up to like pretty much anyone and you think that, you know, if and you say if world A is better than world B, then if you're going to say the best of all possible worlds, they're probably going to say world A because it's better than world B. So I don't know.
This is you making a dumbass mistake. You have made the same dumbass
Wait,
mistake
you think
again.
What did I
Best
say wrong?
and better
just
are
there?
two separate classes. They don't mean the same thing. They're completely
No,
separate.
I get that, but what did I say that was incorrect?
That there is some kind of inconsistency, or that people wouldn't understand. I forget the word you
I
used.
said exactly the opposite. You're not listening to me. I said exactly the opposite. I'm not saying there's an inconsistency in your view. I'm not saying there's a contradiction. I'm saying that when you go up to somebody and you say, what do you think is a better world, right? A world in which 10 people are happy, or a world in which there's only one person that's happy, they're probably going to say, well, I think a world in which 10 people are happy.
Yes, which does not in any way show any, I don't know, pick a
I
word. Pick a
know
word.
that. I know. Calm down.
Incongruity.
Look,
There's no incongruity. There's no incongruity between that and my model. Nothing. 0 parts of my model conflict with people's intuitions there. 0 parts.
but when you think of best, when people say, okay, what do you
Yes,
think is
the
more
word,
likely?
if they don't
Hold on-
understand the
hold
technical
on a
usage,
second,
will
hold on
conflict
a
with the
second.
word
Look.
in colloquial usage. I don't care.
Randolph, can you mute him if he like keeps over talking me, because it's like impossible. So the point is that if you go up to somebody, right, and you know, you say to them, you know, what do you think is the
This
best
is
of all
taking too long.
possible?
You're just repeating the same thing. Okay, so let me clarify. If I use the word best and I don't
keep on
explain to them the
over-talking
technical
me,
usage,
and it's really hard to get my.
If I go up to them and say the word best, they're going to think of it in the same context of the word better. And then I have to explain to them the technical usage of the word best. Problem solved. There is no longer an intuitive disagreement between the models. Immediately solved. Everything you're bringing up is irrelevant bullshit. No one cares. There is no problem. There is no inconsistency. There is no challenge between intuitions of everyday people there. Nothing. There is no problem that you're talking about. You're bringing up a nothing. If I don't explain to them, this is the problem you're bringing up. If I don't explain to them the technical usage of the word best in relevance to my model, then they'll think, oh, well, it might just mean my intuitive usage of the word. Oh, no, I don't care. That isn't actually a problem. Because in science, when you use a technical usage like universe, and it doesn't agree with their intuitive usage colloquially, this isn't a problem. We don't care. This is not an objection. Stop with the stupid.
I mean, you keep on over talking me, and it like I find it very difficult.
Because I've answered
like,
your question 10 times correctly, and you still haven't understood that I've answered your question. You keep repeating the same mistake that I've answered and told you that was a mistake and showed you how it was a mistake, and you repeat the same mistake.
It's really hard to get my thought across when I keep getting over talked. But
You've
I'm happy to
already
go on-
gotten it across and repeated
I
it
need
10
the
times,
violin.
and I've answered it 10 times.
I'm happy to go on modern day debate and discuss particularly your model. Sorry?
Pay me.
I don't want to pay you.
Then
but-
you're not doing it. So I've answered your question. Your question's been answered. Everybody understands that your question has been answered.
No, I
You're
wanted
done.
to talk about your moral system simpliciter on modern day debate if you're willing to.
If you pay me, otherwise, no. I'm not wasting my time with you.
So just so you know, when people wanted to debate T-Jump, his policy is on these formal debates to somebody has to pay him for his time to do that.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like, I think Godless Girl said that she'd like be willing to like do that, but I'm just saying, like, I thought you would do it for free if it was on like modern day debate.
Nope,
Are you saying
pay me. Not wasting my time on you. I've already answered your question. It's been done.
No, I wasn't even going to talk about this issue I'm talking about now.
I
I'm
don't
talking
care.
about
Any issue. I don't care. You are a waste of time. You bring up nothing but pedantic misunderstandings of words that are irrelevant to the actual topic. You aren't intellectually capable of steelmanning the position to get to the actual topic, and you waste time on semantic irrelevancies. You are a waste of my time. And I just have to keep explaining to you the same point to get you to try to understand the steelman, which you are incapable of intellectually grasping, and we just waste time on semantics. So you are nothing but a waste of time.
Wait, do you think I can't?
If I can
steal
explain my
with
point
you?
and everyone else can understand it, just
Do you
fine.
think I can't?
And you bring up a semantic irrelevancy, you are a waste of time.
Do
Everyone
you
else
think
has
I
understood,
can't?
and you're irrelevant.
Do you think I can't steelman your position?
Probably. No, I don't think you can.
Okay, right. Well, I have a go. Right. So you're saying that the best of all possible worlds just refers to a set of all worlds in which there are no impositions of will. It doesn't matter how many people there are, right? Whether there's one person, 10 people, or an infinite number, it doesn't matter how many people there are. What it means for something to be the best of all possible worlds is just
No.
for there
My
to be no
position.
imposition of will.
What is my position in response to your argument?
No, in response to your argument is that you're saying that
your argument.
my particular argument. Well, you're
Yes,
you're
you made
saying
the argument that there is a intuitive discrepancy between people's intuitions and my model, right? That was your argument.
I think that most people, if you ask them,
Wait, yeah, I got that part. So, what is my response to that argument? Steelman, my
Yeah.
response to that argument.
Yeah, well, what you said was that once you explain the terminology, the difference between best and better, the way you're understanding the terms, they're going to understand what you're saying, and they're going to accept how you'd use the terms.
Close, not right. So, if there is a technical usage of a term and it disagrees with the colloquial usage, that isn't an intuitive disagreement, right? Do you understand that? Like scientific, there's a technical usage of universe,
Sure.
and there's a colloquial usage, and that's not a problem. There's no issue there.
By technical usage, do you mean the usage that you're particularly using?
For my morality, clearly.
Okay, right. So I was correct when I say technical usage. When I said your particular usage, I meant technical usage, right? So I was actually correct.
Wait. So the objection is there is an intuitive disagreement between my model and everyday people. That's incorrect.
Specifically, I think that most people are going to use the terms very differently. And when you say best of all possible worlds, that colloquially, yeah.
And that's fine, because there can be a discrepancy between the colloquial usage and the scientific usage. That's fine. That doesn't matter.
Scientific. Yeah, so I did steelman you, right?
You were close, not quite. So
no,
it's totally
exactly
fine.
Correct.
Wait. No, you weren't. So it's totally fine to have a difference in definitions between a scientific technical usage and a colloquial, right? There's no issues there.
No, I get that, right? But I'm saying that I was completely
correct.
So
there's no issues with my usage of my best of all possible worlds. Your problem is just
never
dissolved.
Said there's a Look, I never said there's a contradiction.
I didn't say contradiction. I said issue. I don't care what the issue is.
I'm saying you're using terms in a very idiosyncratic way.
Well, clearly, but that's not an objection. There's no objection there. This is why I say you don't say anything of any objective meaning.
And you said, no, you're not using it in an idiosyncratic way. So what the what?
What?
I said at the start
that was to a totally different term. That was a totally different term.
Way.
The word best in the word best of all possible worlds is a technical usage. So that's an idiosyncratic way, clearly.
Yeah, but that's what I said at the start, and you denied that.
You were referring to something completely different.
What
like in the idiosyncratic
what was I referring to?
view of morality? We're talking about like actual moral principles or something. Again, this is why you're just a waste of time. You've brought up no actual criticisms of nothing relevant to anybody.
Well, I'm just saying that the way you're using the terms is very. I don't think many professional philosophers actually accept the way you're using these terms either.
It's a label. It's a noun. Best of all possible worlds is a noun. It's a label for my model. So the only people who accept it are the people who understand my model. This isn't the debate. It's a title. Clearly, titles are used idiosyncratically.
I mean, all your model says is that it's an if it's an imposition of will, then it's immoral.
Involuntary, yes. Well, again, you've said nothing of content. Nothing you have said has brought up any content. There was no criticism on my model. There's nothing for me to address. You're just saying, oh, hey, look, semantic bullshit. Nothing you've said is of value. The entire time you've been on the stage, there has been nothing of value.
Well, I mean, that's a bit mean. I don't think that's entirely true either.
What value? What is the value of anything you've said?
Well, yeah, I mean,
I use an idiosyncratic label, a title for my model, best of all possible worlds, that has an idiosyncratic meaning because it's literally a noun for my model. Clearly, okay. 3 hours of conversation wasted. Great job, bro.
Well, look, I'm just saying that the way you're using terms when you say, oh, it's the best of all possible worlds, but most people are going to sort of not really understand what you mean.
That's why I have to explain it better.
Let's move on. We have other people with their hands up. Maybe Darth Dawkins wants to talk to us. No, he disappeared.
Preferable.
Well,
he was in the audience for like a split second and then he vanished. But we have two people with their hands up. Let's move on. You've made your argument repetitively over and over again.
The next one will be Sunny.
I say one more thing and then I'll leave.
One more thing. I will give you 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you last time I brought up Fodor's argument, you misunderstood it. If I send you something, can you read it, T-Jump?
If you pay me, otherwise no.
Well, I mean, you misunderstood Fodor's argument, but I'll send it to you. But it's up to you. If you
no, don't waste my time. Pay me or go away.
Okay, so this unfortunately wasn't the most pleasant conversation. Thank you for joining us. We'll perhaps talk again in the future.
Sure.
So our next guest is Sunny. Sunny,
hey,
welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. I guess I'm curious to hear your guys' takes on induction and whether it has kind of a suitable justification.
Suitable for what?
Just whether it's convincing or not. Or here, I'll just ask first. Did you guys conform to this idea that induction leads you to truth?
If you're going by a fallibilist definition, it's not really a problem. If you're going by some JTB formulation, then you might think it's a problem.
When you're talking, when you're referring to a fallibilist position, I am kind of interested. How would you define knowledge under that?
Well, I'll just quickly state, for our audience or people who aren't familiar with inductive reasoning, I'll just read it out here. It says, according to Google, inductive reasoning is a method of reasoning in which a general principle is derived from a body of observations. It consists of making broad generalizations based on specific observations.
Yeah, so something like if the sun rose, every single day in the past, presumably we can interpret that it will rise tomorrow, or we have good reason to assume that, or something like that. And I guess what I'm asking is why, just to you guys, what is the justification to which you kind of assume that to be? On the Munchausen trilemma, what was the kind of main thing?
I think T-Jump is going to start from a cogito foundationalism.
Yep.
I subscribe to Hack's fountarentism. I think you could have the wrong starting point, and you could find out and reevaluate whatever your starting point was along the way. And I think the thing that we're going to agree on, though, is that the thing that's going to determine what is or isn't valid inference as you go along is going to depend on what is or isn't demonstrable and predictable in reality. So if you, like in the crossword analogy, if you start out the puzzle with one word that you're absolutely sure about at the beginning, you're totally convinced that it's right. And then at the end, you're like, damn, that was a really tricky one. The one that I thought was the most obvious at the beginning turned out to just be different and to be a tricky question. Well, the reason that you're able to use guessing, aka induction and inference, like the clues in the crossword, in combination with deduction, like two things that are mutually incompatible, falsification and scientific theory selection and so on, where there's a falsification criteria for some beliefs. You use those in combination until eventually you have a view that is maximally in alignment with everything that is observed. It's empirically adequate, has explanatory scope for all the facts and predicts all the future facts and so on. That would be something like an ideal model of the world. Now, you could still be a fallibilist about it and think that it's possible you could be wrong, but you'd be justified in thinking that if you were attempting to go about eliminating errors and making the most reasoned inductions along the way, that you would be getting closer to filling out the crossword than not.
Right. I guess what if I'm gonna like label this pretty simply, it seems like, you know, justification, that this is kind of what I'm interested in, is this idea of like, if we have some sort of inference, all the it's
Yes,
gonna be
Doorknob
built
head,
from some
but we
sort of
killed
like
him.
accumulation of premises, and then we would need, of course, inferences for those premises, and then so on and so on and so on. So I guess what I'm for something like induction, it seems like that's an inference to assume something else. But as an inference, what would be the justification? Like, if for induction specifically, yeah.
Yeah, so I have to confess I haven't read this book, but I think it's worth looking into if you think this is an important problem. It's like, I assume you're addressing this all in relation to Hume's problem of induction, right?
Sort of, but it's kind of more general than that, and more of just like an epistemic, like nihilist kind of sense. But what Hume was saying with like rationalism and empiricism, that's also a way to look at it. What I'm more looking to understand, though, is just like in terms of if you look at this idea of the sun will rise tomorrow because it's risen every single day in the past, if that seems like a valid, measure to understanding what's true, I guess what I'm really asking, is that just like an intuition that you like seems right, or is there some sort of justification prior to that?
Well, two things. One is you can make a deductive theoretical justification for it being meta-optimal to use induction. And like I said, I haven't read the book in full, but there's a book by Gerhard Schertz called Hume's Problem Solved, The Optimality of Meta-Induction, where he makes the case that there's like a mathematical case for induction being the best possible strategy to understand the world, regardless of any evidence that it has worked in the past or not, or anything like that. So he's making a deductive case that induction is meta-optimal. So let's just say that we were trying to like justify induction inductively, and we made 3 inductions and they all failed. Well, we might conclude that induction is bogus and we can't rely on it because, well, our first 3 examples were failures, so that's 0 out of 3. So inductively, induction doesn't work or something, right? But he's saying no, there's a deductive case that can be made for it. I just don't care about this problem enough to look into it, to be honest. But it's worth looking at if you do.
So yeah, I guess I'll check that out. But I guess would you say, I guess you haven't really concerned yourself with the problem, but how would you answer that? Would you just kind of say that it's somewhat foundational, that induction is self-evidently true or leads to truth?
I think it seems meta-optimal, and I'm not saying I understand his case fully enough to justify it, but it seems to me plausible that it is meta-optimal, and we have no reason to doubt it, I think. So,
like phenomenal conservatism, something like that?
Sure.
Well, I don't think because we don't have reason to doubt something doesn't mean we should adapt it. Like, we might not have reason to doubt, the fact that there's like an external world, or that we understand the external world. That doesn't mean that we should then adopt some sort of idea of what that external world is just because we don't have reason to reject the idea, right? Like, you can just you withhold your judgment until further notice.
Yeah, and like you could be like a scientific anti-realist and still do valid science.
Yes.
There's lots of like minimal versions of commitments that are workable, but it seems like sometimes they're missing a commitment to the assumption that there is something being worked towards at all, right? So like the scientific realist wants to say that the reason that we do science is because we're trying to better approximate some real state of affairs. And some model is going to be preferable over another model because it does that, right?
Right.
And I mean, I talked to somebody recently about constructivism, scientific constructivism, which is a view put forward by what's the guy's name? But it's basically just saying, like minimally speaking, like a person who doesn't hold to naturalism or something like that can still do science. Like they don't have to have a commitment to the same metaphysics as other scientists to still be doing science, as long as they're doing explanation of facts and so on. And it doesn't
Well, I
matter
guess-
what they believe.
Yeah, if I were to ask you, would you say that you're agnostic onto whether induction is like a valid form?
No, I don't think I would have to be agnostic about it because it seems like it's well justified. It agrees with everything. It predicts everything. And there's philosophers who've made the case that it's meta-optimal. I just don't see any reason to doubt it.
But that's not really what I'm asking, I guess. I'm not asking whether you have reason to doubt it. Because I don't, if we have some sort of set of beliefs, right, we're not looking for the reason to doubt them. We're looking for the reason to adopt them. So this idea of induction, right? I'm asking you, what is that justification? And it could be
the meta optimal thing is his answer there. So like if you give all possible worlds and take all possible systems, and one of the systems works more often than every one of the other ones to get true beliefs in all possible worlds, you have a justification for using that system without using induction. And if induction is that system, you now have a justification to use induction without using induction, and so you're justified in using induction.
Right. Okay. So it's like can you say that one more time so I can like write it down?
So if you have all possible worlds and you have all possible epistemic systems, and one of these systems works better to accurately get true beliefs than all of the others, then that system is you're justified to use without using induction. Right? Because it works better if you just take all possible worlds and apply this system in all possible worlds. It gets more of the correct answers than all of the others. Therefore, you're justified in using that system. And if that system is induction, you're justified in using induction without using induction.
It seems like that begs the question, though, because if you're saying that you have all these possible worlds and this system seems to work the most, so like
it's not just that it seems to work the most empirically. So let me actually read the description of the book, right?
Sure, but
so acknowledging, because this will make sense, I think if you just hear the actual description, it's almost exactly what T-Jump said, but maybe it'll make sense hearing the way the author put it.
Right before you say it, I'm just gonna open a doc just so I can like write on my computer.
I pasted it in the chat. It's already pasted in the chat. The link to the book, and I've DM'd it to you as well. Okay.
Perfect.
So Hume's problem of justification. Of justifying induction has been among epistemology's greatest challenges for centuries. In the book, Schertz proposes a new approach to Hume's problem. Acknowledging the force of Hume's arguments against the possibility of a non-circular justification of the reliability of induction, Schertz demonstrates instead the possibility of a non-circular justification of the optimality of induction, or more precisely of meta-induction, the application of induction to competing prediction models. Drawing on discoveries in computational learning theory, Schertz demonstrates that a regret-based learning strategy, attractivity-weighted meta-induction, is predictably optimal in all possible worlds amongst all prediction methods accessible to the epistemic agent. Moreover, the a priori justification meta-induction generates a non-circular a posteriori justification of object induction. Taken together, these two results provide a non-circular solution to Hume's problem. Schertz discusses the philosophical debate on the problem of induction, addressing all major attempts at a solution to Hume's problem, describing their shortcomings, presents theorems accompanied by a description of computer simulations illustrating the content of these theorems, with proofs presented in a mathematical appendix, which defends, refines, and applies core insights regarding the optimality of meta-induction, explaining applications in neighboring disciplines, including forecasting sciences, cognitive science, social epistemology, and general evolution theory. Final, Schertz generalizes the method of optimality-based justification to a new strategy of justification in epistemology, arguing that optimality justifications can avoid the problems of justificatory circularity and regress. And I think this is exactly why Hack's Fountarentism is appealing, right? Hack is just saying, like, if you're going to do a crossword puzzle, there's going to be like a meta-optimal strategy for doing it, right? And even if you don't know what that is at the beginning, if you are working at solving the puzzle, you eventually approximate the meta-optimal strategy, even if you never knew what it was.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I'll try and. So is it basically like if there are a whole bunch of epistemic systems, and induction seems to be the one that has led to truth the most, and we should ascribe to.
Not has. Will mathematically in all possible worlds lead to. That's the claim being made.
What's the justification for that claim? Sorry, maybe I'm not understanding because it just seems like
there's going to be like some mathematical simulations that he's providing to justify it. And like I said, I'm not a physicist either. I haven't like understood all the physics of all the physics papers that I accept, but I haven't seen a defeater to this, and I've seen it talked about favorably in the literature. I'm relying on experts' opinions here.
Right. I mean, to me, it just seems like it's hard for me to, I guess, engage with that response, right? Because it's like a mystical mathematical process that's just going to do the work, right?
Well, no, it's not that hard to understand. It's like if you have all possible worlds. Suppose there's one of you in every possible world where everything happens. Magical pink elephant's going to sit on your head in 5 seconds. Any predictive model that anybody has access to, us humans, when we apply every single predictive model to every single possible universe, which one gets the answer right more than any of the others? Well, induction. Induction is the one that gets the answer right more than any others. We don't have any other predictive model that can get the answer right more often than any of the possible worlds.
Could I ask, when you say gets the answer right, would you say that that's synonymous to saying to has gotten the answer right?
I don't think so. Like, so in these universes, in all possible worlds, we know everything that's going to happen in every instance because literally everything that can happen will happen in every instance. And so if we want to apply a model, it's going to get it wrong. Like if you're using induction, you're going to get the answer wrong. If a pink elephant's going to pop into existence and sit on your head in 5 seconds, you got the answer wrong. That's not inductively. You're not going to infer that inductively. But if you're going to infer the sun's going to rise tomorrow, you're going to get that one right. That's induction got that one right. And so if we just count all of them up and say, well, which model got most right answers? Induction is going to get the most right answers of all of the known epistemic models we have.
So
that's
maybe
not
if
very
I'm
controversial.
If I'm getting this right, well, I would agree. I would say that induction has gotten the most right answers. Like it is the system.
No. There's no. So like if we apply this, say we don't exist, we're in the ether with God. No worlds have ever existed, and God's gonna poof every world into existence of all possible worlds. And we're like, well, which epistemic system would people get the most right answers with if he did this? Induction.
Right. I guess I'm asking for because I'm not sure. That just seems like being postulated. I don't know what your justification would be to assume that would be the system.
Wait, what do you mean that's being postulated? So like we can literally analyze this in our head. So like if there's a world where a pink elephant pops in front of your head and crushes you, do we have any epistemic models that would predict that? Well, as far as I know, not really. We don't have any epistemic models.
As far as I know, right? So it's like
no. So we're only using epistemic models we know about. We can't say hypothetically there might be some other epistemic model we don't know about because we're only assessing the ones we know about.
No. But the point I'm trying to understand is it seems to assume it because I feel like what this is trying to do, it's trying to get away from like the past because in order to talk about induction in a way that's not circular, we need to leave this past. So to put this in this ether of like, everything has already happened and we're assuming, and then induction is supposedly the best one. It seems like that idea when you say, well, induction will be the best method or something like that. If we put it in an ether of like all time, that assumes that induction. I'm looking for the justification to assume that will be the case. That
the
induction will be the best
justification for deduction.
We understand in past
seems noted.
No. So we have a set of epistemic methods,
but not God.
God's revelation. That's one of them.
Sure.
God tells me, and I'm going to predict that's going to happen. Of all of these methods of epistemic knowledge that we use to predict the future, in all possible worlds that could ever be, the only one that we know about that can work more often than any of the other ones we know about is induction. It's just a fact. There's nothing more you need to justify this. It's definitively a fact. None of the other methods can accurately predict anything in any of these possible worlds other than the one they happen to be lucky enough to get things right into. Induction works in many of the possible worlds.
That's what I'm trying to understand, though. I'm looking for the justification for that claim. That would be the case, that induction is the thing. Like, because we're not talking about the past or present now. We're talking about looking at through this with like a God lens, right?
Yes.
So I'm looking for the
All possible
justification.
worlds.
Yeah, so I'm looking for the justification to why is it that we can now, through this God lens, see that induction is the thing that has worked, and that is not the case that just God's revelation started working a lot better. Like, that's what I'm looking for.
Which part isn't making sense here? So, like the God's revelation part, would only work in the one world where everything in the Bible happens, essentially, or something. So, like the Bible predicts the revelation, people will disappear, stuff like that. That's going to happen in one of the possible worlds, probably a few of them. But induction predicts the sun will rise tomorrow, and that's going to happen in that world pretty much all the time, and in pretty much all of the logically possible worlds, or a large portion of them, probably like 10%, I guess. Let's go 10%. Where random stuff, it's going to happen in the majority because logically possible means everything's possible. So most of them are just have random gibberish happen. And so you're going to have to apply a system to make predictions. Now, most of the systems are going to fail in all the random gibberish ones. Like by definition, if it's random, you're not going to be able to make any kind of predictions. You're going to do some kind of systematic method to make predictions, and that system is only going to work in a minority of all possible worlds. And so which of these systems is the most broad that would apply to more of those small minority than all the other ones? And then of all the ones we have, induction is the one that would do that. We don't have another one that would apply to the limited number of all possible worlds that isn't just random gibberish, that has some kind of coherent system. Yeah,
sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
No, it's just I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying with the God thing. Like, in order for the God thing or the God justification to be valid in the worlds, if God would need to be present in those worlds, right? But if we were to just have, sorry, what?
Well, no, you wouldn't actually need God there. Like, you can have visions of God, and the visions could potentially accurately predict the future, even if
that's fine then. Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's say we have these visions with God, right? What I'm trying to understand is we can't infer, so we can't base our justification to assume why induction would be the proper method in this all possible world thing based on induction working in the past, right?
Right.
Okay, so if we're not going to do that, so if let's say we just have, I'll just have two possibilities. So like we've got induction and then we've got God revelation, and God revelation can be just visions, for example. So if we have these two possibilities, what I'm asking is, if we can't infer induction being the proper one from the past, then why are we inferring that induction will be the one that applies itself more broadly?
So, like, if I have all possible worlds and all of them have a red dot in them or something, and my model predicts a red dot, and some other model doesn't predict a red dot, then my model would predict more things correctly than the other model, right?
Yeah, I'm asking though, why would we assume induction would do that?
Because we have a list of all of the epistemic systems humans have ever come up with. We have a list of them. We can apply them to all logically possible worlds. We can see which ones will get the more broad, correct things right.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's what I'm looking for, is how can we see which one would get the more things right?
You take the system and say, what is the largest set that this thing could apply to? If we all possible worlds, all random things are going to happen, right? All random things will happen.
Sure, random things.
And of these random things that happen, the things that follow a pattern, like induction, that universe, this pattern is going to hold the entire way through the universe. And anything that holds a similar kind of pattern is going to hold through most of the universe, and with the couple exceptions of the random stuff that only happens a few times. Things that are purely random have no pattern to them, so they're not going to be predictable. And so the pattern that has the most uniformity, will be the one that is going to be the most applicable to the most worlds for the most time to get the most true things correct. Because if it's only not uniformitarily true, like if only God says it'll happen occasionally or whatever, and so you'll only get a couple things true, then it won't be a system to get the most true facts correct. So
sorry, maybe
if you have a system, If you have an epistemic system that makes statements about a uniform system that will apply across time or whatever, there's going to be one possible world where you get every single true fact correct. But there's also going to be analogous worlds where you get lots of true facts correct. If it's just random, like on God's whim, he will make a burning bush, tell a drunk guy to build a raft or whatever.
Right.
That's very specific. It's very specific. And so the amount of possible worlds that gets that statement correct is going to be significantly less than the amount of worlds where the sun will rise tomorrow is going to be correct. Would you grant that? Because level of specificity, like if I make a prediction, there is a God, that statement is more likely to be true than there is a God with a pink leprechaun on his shoulder, right? That's a more specific statement.
Oh,
So
sure.
There's
Sure, yeah.
less possible world. So if I have a epistemic principle that's more broad, the same reason it's going to get more things true than one that's a very specific principle, right?
So if the principle in this case be like, based on events from the past, we can infer based on some pattern that they will occur in the future? Is that like the principle that is being understood?
Yes, sort of, yeah.
Sure. Okay. So here, I guess, if for example, if there was a principle that was simple in that sense, right? It didn't rely on a whole bunch of particular individual like instances. It was just a principle like that. But we've never understood this principle to work. There would be no discrepancy with like its how broad it was, right?
Well, no. So we know all possible worlds here. So since we know all possible worlds, that system, because it's more broad, will work in a higher number of all possible worlds than a very specific system, because a specific system is going to happen in less of the possible worlds.
Right. But what I'm saying is that if there is a system that is as specific or whatever, I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding the specificity like idea, but if there is one, then there would be no discrepancy to be had, and you would grant that it's like, okay, well, in that case, then we don't have grounds to assume induction.
What? I didn't follow that.
So, like, so let's say we have this induction principle, and that's like we can assume future events based on whether there was some pattern in the past, right? And then we have the let's say induction like 2.0, and that's like we can assume future events based on things in the past if they're pink, right? You would say that the first system is more general, so the first system we should assume that one.
The first system will get more true beliefs than the second system.
Okay, sure. So in that sense, if there was a principle that was like simple in that sense, that wasn't induction, so just a different principle that we based our epistemic like justification
Well, the question
on.
here has to predict. It has to be a predictive principle. So it has to predict the future. But yes.
Right. So like, so that you would then grant that as being like fine.
Sure. Like let's say your principle is stuff happens. Like, yes, that one's going to get it right even more than induction will. That one's going to get even more right things than induction, but it's not going to be very useful.
Right. Okay. I guess I would have to think about that idea for a little bit. But yeah, maybe I'll. Yeah. Sorry.
I just said
So,
cool,
Sonia,
so
I would
that sounds
suggest.
good.
Sonia, I would suggest you read the book if you think this is an important problem to study. It's worth your time to actually look at the main response to Hume's problem of induction.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. So, anybody have any thoughts on all of this? Because that was a pretty heavy topic.
Did that make sense to you guys, Randolph, Amy, Ix? I assume Ix probably got it, but Randolph and Amy, did you guys understand the specificity aspect?
Yeah, actually, that made sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that when you were actually talking about it. I'm thinking, yeah, this seems like the right way to go. I wonder if Amy stepped away from her microphone.
Mine is just blown.
Oh, that could be. We're going to have to figure out how to help her.
Oh, look, Catholic Traditionalist is here.
Catholic Traditionalist, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Oh yeah, it's a wonderful day today on this Lord's Day. I have a question for T-Jump. What's your understanding of logic? Your definition of logic?
A formal language created by humans to describe reality.
So it's just a language. So it has nothing to do with reasoning, mental functions.
Rules are also things that it describes.
Okay, could you elaborate on that then? Is logic, is reasoning itself, is it required for logic to exist with regards to the mental functions in order to go ahead and reason out whatever it is that you're describing and making sentences of?
Is reason, is logic? So there are non-standard logics that exist with no reasoning that humans can do to mirror them. So like many-valued logic or quantum logic. Our brains don't do that, but those logics can exist just fine without reasoning. Does that answer your question?
Now, those logics that you just pointed to, are they concrete or are they abstract?
Abstract.
Okay, so are they of the mind, is what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay, so then logic itself is of the mind. It's not, you don't believe that it exists outside of the mind, do you?
Logic is a way to describe reality. And so reality will operate on a way that it corresponds to one of the logics, which means it could correspond to the many-valued logic or something, in which case the many-valued logic would describe reality and it could accurately map onto reality.
Okay, that's fine. So it conforms with logic. But what I'm asking you is, with regards to logic itself, do you believe that it only exists as an abstract in the mind, or do you believe that logic itself can exist outside of the mind?
But
Like
yeah,
some
logic
sort of
itself I think is
metaphysical.
purely a language.
Okay, so is it in the mind? So you're saying it is in the mind then? Only in the
all
mind.
logic are languages like English, Spanish, and Japanese. They all exist in the mind, nothing else.
So it does not exist outside of the mind.
Correct. Like the word gravity. The word gravity exists only in human minds. It describes something else that does exist, which is the essence of gravity. But gravity is just a word humans made up. Logic is just words humans made up to describe something more fundamental.
Okay. So like, for example, mathematics and all of this, reasoning and so forth, logic is used in all of this. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, math not necessarily. So I know there was Russell's paradox. You can't bridge math and logic.
Logic isn't utilized, like in, for example, a mathematical word problem. Logic isn't being utilized there.
You can combine them, but they don't have a one-to-one correlation. You can't map all of logic onto math and math onto logic. It doesn't work. It was tried by Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, and they came up with Russell's paradox to show that you literally can't do that. It was one of the biggest problems in math for a while. Maths is British. Maths doesn't exist.
You said math does not exist?
I was commenting, somebody in my chat wrote maths, like the way the British people pronounce it, and I was like, that does not exist.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Well, I just wanted to find out because I do, I speak to other atheists as well, and they seem to agree with you that logic itself is only that which is in the mind. Now, would you agree that characteristics that we perceive in our mind, like for example, a cube, triangle, that too is based on logic?
No. They can be described by logic. I don't think it's based on logic. No, I think we had shapes way before we had logic.
So we had shapes long before logic. Like we could actually imagine a triangle and know that it's a triangle simply because it has 3 sides and 3 points. But we didn't use logical reasoning in order to figure out that it has 3 sides and 3 points.
Well, again,
Hey,
logic
art.
and reasoning are languages. Go ahead, Randolph.
Sorry, yeah, art would be an example. Someone could use, it could be an art form. Somebody is drawing a triangle and not thinking logically about it at all. So, yeah, I would agree that we don't need logic for shapes.
Now, if they draw the triangle, how would they know to draw the triangle?
I just said if there was, it was art. They could have drawn it accidentally. They could have just been a creative thing. It wouldn't have any basis in logic necessarily.
I see what you're saying, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about individuals that actually conceptualize it, truly conceptualize it in their mind, and distinguish it between other shapes, like for example, a square, circle, stuff like
But
that.
if logic is a
is utilized for that, right?
Well, we compare faces. Sorry, we compare faces without needing to understand logic. So I don't see why we wouldn't be able to compare basic shapes without needing to know what they are or names for them or have a logical understanding of how they're formed.
Well, that's strange. Other atheists I've spoken to say that, yeah, you definitely need logic in order to distinguish between a circle, a square, a triangle.
I think you're
So I'm-
confusing usage and I forget what it is, meaning usage, use reference fallacy. So what we call logic can be applied to things in the past, like reasoning that people were doing prior to the invention of logic. Standard logic, many-valued logic, can describe those things, even though a standard and many-valued logic weren't invented until many years after triangles were invented. Triangles are also invented by humans. And can logic describe those things? Yeah, absolutely. Logic can describe things that happened way before logic was invented, just like English. English can also describe things way before English was invented, like dinosaurs. English describes dinosaurs. Dinosaurs existed before English. That doesn't mean that logic existed back then.
How can logic describe these things if these things, characteristics, are not based on logic?
Catholic, that's a good example by T-Jump there. Great examples. Amy was trying to speak when I was answering you earlier, and I just want to make sure we don't miss Amy.
It's all good. I sometimes jump in when I shouldn't because I get all excited. But I just want to, if it's a language, then it has to necessarily have an agent. And so before there were people, then there weren't actual logical conundrums.
And so if logic can explain these things, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, and just to add to Amy's point, but logic could still function.
Sure. I guess my other two-prong to that would also be, and I know you didn't say this, and I know that many who ask this don't, but I can't see also a connection to why a deity would then make any form of logic, or why that would be the foundation, or whichever word they want to call for it.
Oh, well, we believers believe that God is logic itself. He's the Logos. But now with regards to...
that's just the claim.
Yeah, but it's God that made the claim. Now, with regards to logic...
He or she could show up, and then we would be able to use it as the foundation. But until
he
then,
did
it's
show
just
up.
a claim.
He did show up 2,000 years ago. But anyway, with regards to logic, if
Not
logic
that we know
is...
of, or at least no academic
well, I
sources
know
would
of it.
verify.
I know of it. And,
Catholic, stop getting distracted. Focus on the main topic.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get back on the whole logic thing with regards to what you said, T-Jump. So now if logic is utilized to explain the characteristics of a given thing, then wouldn't that mean that the given things characteristics themselves are based on logic?
No, it's a composition division fallacy. So you can describe things using a system, and that system can refer to something. So like gravity, again, is a great example. We didn't invent or discover curvature of space-time until recently, past 200 years or so. But it still existed back then. And so what we call all these fancy equations that Einstein created, he made them up. They're made up by humans, but they describe something more fundamental. So logic describes something more fundamental that exists, which is reality. Reality exists, and reality operates in a way that we describe with logic. Logic didn't exist until humans made it up, but it describes something more fundamental, which is reality. And reality is what governs the properties of things. And logic didn't exist prior to humans, but logic describes reality and the way reality operates, which did exist before humans.
Well, let me put it this way. The perception of the characteristics themselves are based on logic, correct?
I don't understand that. No.
Well, you perceive
Perception's based
things,
on eyes.
and you utilize logic to perceive the things, right? To distinguish
No.
a circle from a square, right?
Well, so perception is completely independent of our internal ability to distinguish between the things we're perceiving. So perception is a thing done by the brain subconsciously, and even if you have no conscious experience, eyes still work just fine. So perception is separate from distinguishing things with logic.
Oh, well,
I don't think that was
that
relevant to
doesn't
your
seem
point.
to make any sense. How can you distinguish something from another if you're not using logic to do so? I'm not understanding how that would be possible.
Your brain does it automatically. So like worms can
But
distinguish between food and not food without ever having a brain.
Okay, but worms don't have higher function brain activity. We do.
Correct.
So a worm can't distinguish between a circle and a square. We can.
Oh no. Oh no.
And
So worms can distinguish between things just fine. Like the sensors that they use can distinguish between food and not food, hard rocks and soft dirt, nutrition, non-nutrition. Their brains distinguish between things all the time, and they have no logic. They have no brain.
I would say that maybe it could be argued that they have like a rudimentary, primitive type of logic, unlike ours. But I find it
I'm talking about
strange that
things
you
like
would
C.
say,
elegans that literally have no brain. Like there are organisms like bacteria. Bacteria distinguish between nutrients and non-nutrients, and they have no brain. They have no ability to think, no consciousness. They can still distinguish between things.
hey, okay, just so you know that most atheists disagree with you on that, on your position with regards to logic not being utilized with regards to perceiving the characteristics of things.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure most atheists would agree bacteria can distinguish between nutrients and non-nutrients without having a brain. If
No,
they know anything
I'm not
about
talking about
biology.
bacteria. I'm talking about with regards to you and I, humans, all the atheists I've ever spoken to. I've never spoken to even one atheist that holds your position.
And they
So
put syrup on their pancakes.
Can you tell me who it is that holds your Amy and Randolph, do you agree with T-Jump? And IX, do you agree with what T-Jump is saying?
Yeah.
Oh, so you do? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
actually,
interesting.
we're talking about here, like I made some points before, how we don't need to, like a person can use art or artistic skill or other skills that are not necessarily considered applications of logic or requiring an understanding of logic to compare things like the difference between a triangle and a square. I did mention that earlier. So, yeah, when you're saying most atheists, I guess most atheists you're talking to, I guess you've branched out into a different part of the demographic. Congratulations. And I think this is good. And I hope we can talk more about this.
And I agree with what he's saying. I just have the asterisk that there are the physical laws that have been taking place before any agents were around. And now we use what we call logic, which is our written form, to make sense of the world. But I always want to know from a precept. I know he's gone now, but I always you just want to ask about Christianity because it's the one thing they don't want to talk about.
I was kind of waiting for him to proceed from whatever claims he was making about logic to the transcendental argument that God is necessary for logic, but he never got there. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why he left. I didn't kick him.
He probably got disconnected or something. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation. I want to talk with him some more. I have to go out for about 5 minutes, help my kids with something, but we have another guest here who wants to join us. Welcome to Solomon 1. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. I had a question for T-Jump. T-Jump, have you moved out of your mother's basement yet?
I was never in my mother's basement.
You were in Daniel's.
So the dumb Muslims think I was in my mother's basement because my mom was visiting for a holiday during the debate. And so when I said, Mom, I'm working, it was actually because she was upstairs during the holiday. And the dumb Muslims think that means I was in my mom's basement, but that's dumb Muslim problems.
But also sending love to Gary Dark Dawkins, who legitimately lives with his mom.
Used to.
Oh, bye-bye.
Well, that may be true too.
Didn't even have to kick him. He just left on his own.
But those are just ad homs anyway. They can't defend their god.
So, Solomon, did you have a serious topic
He left.
to raise?
He left. Solomon left.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't even kick him.
Oh, can I
Didn't
just
even
say
kick him.
one last thing about Solomon? Not him, but just Solomon for Islam. There's a chapter, a surah called The Ant, and it's my favorite one because Solomon just has a conversation so hilarious with the ants that he falls over on his butt laughing. It's a good chapter.
I like the one where God grabbed the guy by his balls. That one was a good one.
Oh my, that sounds like a fantastic chapter. Though it's religion,
Owen.
so it probably doesn't end well.
Yep. Ballin, what do you got for us?
It's the fun. A question for T Jump. Without God, as the origin, or a God as the origin of the universe, what would you posit as the origin? And then if it's if you would consider that, if you consider belief in that a belief in like a faith, basically, in something that you can't understand, which would make it tantamount to the religious faith, or if you're just agnostic about it and you don't have any sort of claims on that, then what base foundation would you ground your ethics or morality or logic in?
So I would say quantum fields, and there's a third option there, which is things we have evidence for. We have evidence for quantum fields and the Casimir effect, which has been demonstrated in a lab empirically. And so quantum fields are the fundamental nature of reality that created the Big Bang, and they are demonstrable and have evidence that is independent of our imagination, unlike a god. So no, it would not be a faith claim. And I think something in the quantum fields is the grounds of objective morality, but that is a faith claim because we don't have any evidence of that.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So you'd agree though that the science of the quantum fields or originating the Big Bang is incomplete, correct?
Sure.
And you'd also agree that the origination of quantum field is not even on the table yet, right?
Since the consensus is that they are uncreated.
The word is not just incomplete.
Okay,
it's
so I mean, you're just
underdetermined.
winning by definition there, you know. You're
Volume,
just
do you know
saying
what?
like, well,
Do you know what
Irony,
underdetermined means? Volume.
say again.
Do you know what the word underdetermined means?
In colloquial language, but not in science. No.
Okay, so when we're talking, it has a specific meaning to science. I don't even know if it has a colloquial usage. I've never heard it outside of the scientific context. So in science, we have many competing explanations for the same facts, right? So you could have 2 or 3 slightly different models that attempt to explain all the existing facts, and they're going to make some predictions or give some criteria for how they could be falsifiable. And then at some point in the future, we hope to falsify all but one of those, or
Right.
just to narrow the field as much as possible. So we get to fewer models, right? So that's the state that we're in with regards to like interpretations of quantum mechanics, with regards to cosmology, with regards to how to unify gravity, Einsteinian relativity, and quantum electrodynamics. It's fine to say we're underdetermined, which is to say, we haven't decided exactly which of the explanations is right, or if there's one we haven't thought of. But it is the case that we have a number of proposals on the table, all of which could be the case and could be the explanation. Just because we don't have epistemic access to something and we can't narrow it down, having 3 plausible, mathematically valid explanations to the same problem is more evidence that those are likely true than a completely unjustified ad hoc thing that someone is positing as an alternative, aka God.
Sure. So
Well, I didn't want to jump in 1 second because you said win by
Yeah.
definition because it's uncreated. You do realize that's the same thing you're doing with a god, right? You've defined him
That
as
was my
being
point. Yeah.
uncreated. Okay.
Right. So I just want to make the point that the atheists are just as faith-based. Atheist beliefs are just as faith-based as religious beliefs.
Well,
And
the
that
difference there
it's-
is that we know quantum fields exist, and we have no reason to believe they were created. We have reason to believe they're fundamental and uncreated things because they're the most fundamental things we can interact with. We don't have reason to believe God exists, and by extension, we also don't have reason to believe whether he's created or not. So the difference there is that the atheist beliefs are grounded in things that we can demonstrate aren't in our imagination. And then the follow-up evidence, if we have no reason to believe it's created, therefore it's rational to infer it wasn't created. Whereas God belief is just assertion and assertion number two. So they're not equivalent.
Well, I see
There's another point that we need to address. Is you're talking about atheist beliefs, and the thing is,
I can only address one point at a time.
I know.
I'm not going
I
to
got to
address 3
respond to
points.
this. I'm just going to clarify something. So that it's a myth to say that there are atheist beliefs, because atheism is not about believing things. There's nothing in there, but religion has beliefs that are part of that religion. So you could say atheist people have beliefs that are separate from atheism, but the atheism itself doesn't inherently have any beliefs along with it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I see like there is something very admirable about admitting like under determinism, or you just don't know. And I do, or yeah, under determination. And I do find it, you know, quite off-putting when Christians do make, you know, claims of absolute truth with absolute certainty, or any religious people. But at the same token, what basically happens is that not only at the beginning of time, like what created the universe, because, you know, I mean, all of us are still, you're positing something, but you're basically, we're basically mired in ignorance scientifically at this point to the origination of the universe. So it's like, but what am I trying?
Well,
Okay,
so I want to clarify there. So like, if we see a hoof print in the snow, and one person says it's a horse, and one person says it's a unicorn, those are not equivalent claims. Like, we don't know what caused the hoof print. We didn't see what caused the hoof print. We are epistemically barred from ever going back in time and seeing what caused the hoof print. But there's a reasonable inference based off of things we've already seen in the past that have evidence they exist independent of our imagination. And so someone saying it was a horse is a rational conclusion, whereas someone saying it's a unicorn is not a rational conclusion. And so this is the same difference between quantum fields and God. Quantum fields are like the horse, the things we can demonstrate.
No, but they would be the same. They would be the same if you hadn't properly defined what a horse is, which is the state with quantum fields. We don't actually know what they are.
We're at what's a horse right now?
No, we don't, or else we'd have a unifying
What's
theory
up,
between them and
Beamsy?
all of the rest
What's
of
up,
physics.
Judith?
So we don't know what they are entirely.
We can know what they are just fine. The fact that the quantum mechanics doesn't mesh with general relativity is a completely different problem. Of knowing what they are doesn't give us a solution between the mathematical equations there. That's completely irrelevant.
No, if we can't map them onto reality, then we don't know what they are.
We
don't
do map
fully
them. So
understand
just to give you an idea how successful the standard model in quantum electrodynamics is. Quantum electrodynamics, which is the unification of like Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism with quantum mechanics, is so accurate in its predictions that it gave us the precise value of the electron moment to like 16 digits. Before we measured it, we predicted the number, and it was exactly what we thought it would be. So this is an extremely successful predictive theory. The problem is not that it doesn't predict things correctly. It does. The question is just, how does our earlier theory fit into the newer theory? So it's not an inaccurate theory or one that like fails to explain the available facts. It's just that we have two different theories. And this is often the case where you have two different levels of explanation, both of which appear to be valid, and you just don't know exactly how one could be expressed in terms of the other, or how they could be unified. But as an example, quantum electrodynamics was the successful unification of quantum mechanics from like Feynman's diagrams and so on with Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism. They successfully unified those, and they're likely going to successfully unify with gravity and relativity. It's just a matter of getting the work done and doing bigger and bigger experiments to get enough data to do it.
Okay, right, but you actually.
So just to clarify, quantum mechanics does map onto reality because we can demonstrate it with like the Casimir effect. We've literally seen the effects of these.
Okay, right. No, I'm not disputing the science or the physics. What I am disputing is that even the claim behind science isn't faith based. Okay, the claim behind science is that scientific progress is good for humanity. Right. That is that is a fundamental claim of science. Or else why would we?
No, it is. No, it is not.
Can I ask you what do you
Why are we
think?
doing it?
What is science to you?
Like again, what? Okay, here's one you can agree with. We can explain the world through observation in the scientific method. That's a claim of science, right?
What is the scientific method? What is science?
Everyone knows what science is: hypothesis, experimentation, observation, like peer review, or not peer review, but whatever the fourth one is.
Theory of selection, basically.
Yeah, so like that underlying the pursuit of science is a faith-based claim that we can understand the universe, right?
How is that faith-based if we're going through a process of peer review?
What?
How is it faith-based if we're going through a process of peer review?
How is it faith-based when we're going through a process of peer review? Because in order to justify the expenditure on the science initially, you have to believe that you're going to be able to explain the universe through that behavior.
So do you think it's faith-based when I start my car that I believe the car is going to start?
Well, I think there's faith deep in your chain of reasoning. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, like,
what is my faith that when I start my car is going to start?
Right. So your faith is in history, the fact that it started before every time that it's turned on. Right. So I mean that's
how is
evidence.
that faith? Yeah, that's evidence. It's not faith.
Right. I guess it would be deeper down. It would be deeper down in the reasoning why you're starting your car. Just starting your car, I guess, is faith that it hasn't been bombed. You know, I mean, like, again, it's low probability, but you still have you have faith in society that your car hasn't been.
Well, that's not faith. That's evidence. So I have evidence that my car has not been bombed, or the bomb has not been strapped to my car for a very long time. So I have a reasonable justification to believe my car is not bombed. So I have a reason to start my car and expect it to not be bombed. That's not faith. That's just induction.
Right. And again, like, faith is in the axioms. So yeah, you're right. But why are you starting your car? If you go down that chain, eventually you get down to something that you have.
Just to prove you wrong. I'm literally going to go down. I'm going to go down and start my car just to prove you wrong. So where's my faith?
In the idea that proving me wrong is a useful thing to do.
Wait, how is that faith-based? That's not faith-based either. That's also induction. It's useful because it gives me money from my YouTube channel. It entertains my audience. It gives me pleasure to make fun of you. Like, these are all things I have evidence for.
Why are those things valuable?
Valuable because they make me feel good.
Why is you feeling good valuable?
Sorry, we've hit the 4 hour mark and we need to wrap this up. We'll give you 30 seconds and then we're going to have to end everything here. And you guys can continue on T-Jump's channel or Amy's or something.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, once you get to your base axioms for your reasons for doing everything, all you find is faith, and that's the unfortunate state of humanity.
Well, what's the faith there?
Well, if you keep going down with your reasoning,
yeah, I do think it's going to make me happy.
Why? Why do you think you being happy is valuable?
I don't. I just enjoy it.
Why do you enjoy it?
Because of brain chemistry.
Some people enjoy being very unhappy, right? Some people enjoy hurting other people. Why do you enjoy?
Who cares? I just do. Like, why I don't
care.
Right,
then that's where atheists always stop. I just do. Shut up. Exactly. Like, I'm not saying shut. You should.
Like, but I don't have faith in something, which is why I believe I should do it. I enjoy it, and I do it because I enjoy it, and I don't need any further justification. So, like, there's no faith there. There's no faith anywhere in my worldview.
In fact, can I just separate this out? But Valen, can we just separate out
we have two people. They're looking at a cancer patient, and one says, listen, I am going to use science in order to try and help this person. And another person says, I am just going to use faith. What do you think their methodology is?
No, obviously the scientific.
Let's make this quick. Okay.
Yeah, obviously the scientific would be superior. I'm not arguing for the uselessness of science.
But I guess I agree.
Yeah, it's a longer conversation. It's harder to do than 30 seconds.
We can carry this on in next month's episode if you like. We'd be happy to have you. Maybe come earlier and we can get into it in a lot more detail because it is an interesting topic. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Really, we've gone past the 4-hour mark today, and we do need to close down the YouTube channel here. But I think T-Jump or Amy will both be around, and you're welcome to join them and carry on other conversations with them today, or wait until our next episode next month. You guys have anything quick you want to say before we go? We got to wrap this up pretty quick.
Just that you should all be subscribing to all the lovely channels, not just, you should be subscribing to T-Jump, subscribing to Randolph, and I love you all. It was another great show.
And T-Jump, you have something quick to say about the Church of the Best Possible Worlds?
Everybody go to the churchofthebestpossibleworlds.org and start your own church, promote the church so that we can build affordable housing and conquer the world, mostly affordable housing.
A noble pursuit, one I highly recommend more people encourage and contribute to. IX, anything that you wanted to say before we close down here?
Yeah, religion is fun to study, and check out YouTube channels like Creganford, Mythvision, and wear sunscreen. Its benefits have been proven.
Scientifically. Thank you, everybody. More information can be found about all your hosts here and resources and sponsors at the theisthelpline.com website. That's www.theisthelpline.com, including our schedule for upcoming shows. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I really greatly appreciate everybody's contributions today and engagements. It's been quite a good show, I think. Take care and have a great day.
I'm probably
I gotta
gonna
get
head
going
out.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta head out as well.
Fun
But
times, everybody.
thank you so much for. I want to thank also Ix and Taco, two also amazing people. Amazing. And I hope you have a lovely Sunday.
Say it.
Alrighty, y'all. I am sending so much love to you. I always feel awkward shilling. And before I get to the shilling, once again, not a lot of theists. We had, what's it called? It was great conversation, but Catholic traditionalists, even the guys that, the precepts that want to, defend their faith, do so mostly by asking questions. The atheists always do great at answering the questions. It's just, it's like you're playing tennis, but by yourself. You ever see the people who flip it up, or just you're hitting it against a wall, so you're practicing with yourself? But they're not always looking to have honest conversation. Precepts, feel free to change my mind, or better yet, just walk away from presuppositionalism, and then Christianity, and then come join Team Skeptic and be an atheist. And so I am sending love to you all. I'm trying to remember which one has the latest. I have so much catching up on graphics to do, but I'm almost done on these early graphics grading for both of my sets of teaching. And so I'm really excited, because once I am done that, and I can get all sorts of fun. What was I looking for? Was it Call Me Skeptical that we did it? Let's see. Yes, it was.
So this show isn't called Be Skeptical, but that's the one that has at least all of our latest Patreons and supporters in there. And yeah, there will also be hopefully title stuff in the title later. I'll go through. It was more a philosophical, if I could speak proper English. We sometimes, Americans, we have butchered the language so much. However, I am sending love to you all. Send love afterwards. Sending love to James W., my co-host, and all of you in the Skeptic and Ranting community. More fun in the sun to come. All right, I love you all. Mwah. Oh, the like, follow. Oh, I did the like, follow, subscribe, all that mother of the, and go to Discord. It's in the channel description, along with our fantastic channel members and a having badge system. And here's the Patreon because everyone likes clickety clacking. Clickety clacking. There we go. All right. But really, I'm just asking everyone to be kind and nice to each other and continue to be skeptical. And I'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night.